I need a motion for approval of the flexible agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the flexible agenda.
I'll second. Second.
Oh, I'm right on top of it. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of flexible agenda, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous? Okay, public comment is on the agenda for action items only. The public will be invited to make comments at this time on agenda action items, where such comments shall be limited to 1.5 minutes per person. Anyone with comments on action items that will take more than 1.5 minutes is encouraged to put their testimony in writing, provide a copy to the board prior to or at the meeting. These copies will not be read aloud, but will be added to the minutes of the meeting upon request. If you've taken numbers, signed in, I'll start with number 1. I don't have the sheet in front of me here. Okay, thank you. Okay, number 83.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Hales. Last summer, some of you trustees decided to disregard the law and not produce public records as required. That resulted in a court proceeding to compel the production of records. In his August 25, 2023 order, Judge Gregory specifically stated, quote, DCSD and each individual trustee's position may not align, close quote. Sitting on the bench and not yet having heard the evidence, he could not know whether the interests aligned, but that statement was a clear caution to counsel that there may be a conflict of interest, an issue that could be evaluated fully only by the attorney who had all the facts. The only attorney who had access to all of the respondents and thus all the facts was Joey Gilbert. He elected to proceed representing the district and the individual trustees in conflict. After about 2.5 hours and hearing testimony from one witness and part of testimony from another witness, it became clear to everyone that the public records were in the sole possession of the trustees had not been produced and that separate counsel should have been retained. Further, by voting to accept the settlement, the 4 trustees would be acting unethically because they were saving themselves from individually paying the penalties by having the district pay the penalties. I made my own public records request, and I have learned that the district has been charged $65,387 for a legal proceeding which could have easily been avoided and is being continued solely to save the individual trustees from paying the monetary penalty. This board should insist that Mr. Gilbert refund his fees, and that money should be set aside to pay the petitioner's attorney's fees, which will surely be ordered by the court.
Thank you. Number 84.
For the record, my name is Jake Guzzi. I'm a senior here at Douglas High School. $324,721.07 in legal fees to Joey Gilbert Law, only made possible by increasing the legal fee budget from $143,500 to $450,000. Trustee Burns, Dickerson, Engelkirk, and Jansen, I hope you feel accomplished for the actions which you supported. You have essentially opened the wallets of staff, students, and faculty and stolen cash from them. For me, you have taken away funds that could have been allotted to classroom materials and other items which could have positively impacted my education. Instead, you have blindly given those funds to Joey Gilbert Law, a law group which is under scrutiny for a violation of open meeting laws, and have been quoted saying that his job is to fire well-liked members of Douglas County School District. It is unfortunate and embarrassing that not only me, but numerous other students of this county have sat in this seat to remind you of what, It's unfortunate and embarrassing that not only me, but numerous other students of this county have sat in the seat to remind you of what your core purpose of being here is. That is to serve the people of this county, and most importantly, the staff and students of this school district, and represent them in their best interests, not to serve in your selfish interests. I hope you realize the job that you have in impacting the future generations of this county, a job in which I and many others feel you are utterly failing at. I urge you to begin to better represent what many of us are saying to you. I hope you are able to see the much deeper issues you are causing, ones highlighted by a unanimous lawsuit and other wrong uses of the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 85. No. If there's any more outburst, we'll just take a break. It's not appropriate. Number 85.
Allison Gray, I'm one of Mrs. Jansen's retards. 2 months ago, this board voted unanimously to hire Jeannie Dwyer as superintendent. Several members later changed their minds, rejected Ms. Dwyer, and then voted to continue the search. They did this under the guise of fairness, which was quite hypocritical considering that they had no such fairness concerns about hiring Joey Gilbert without considering any other law firms. So now we have 6 candidates. Please point out to me which ones are better than Jeannie Dwyer. Have her experience, have her qualifications, which ones have already proven themselves to you as doing outstanding work. I think you all know, but don't want to admit to the answers to these questions. But then, of course, you chose to blame Ms. Dwyer for an unsubstantiated and unreported story that a student may have cried in class. Shifting the focus a bit, this points out the hypocrisy of your concern for this supposedly upset student versus your lack of concern for the obviously upset students who come to these school board meetings like the young man who just spoke. Children as young as 10 who stand up in front of hostile adults and describe their fears about what this board is doing to their school and to their educational opportunities. They're not the subject of a story that may or may not have happened. They stand here right in front of you. Why doesn't your concern extend to them?
Thank you. Number 86.
Good evening, trustees. I'm Zach Wood, and I hope that your items that all deal in the mandamus and the recusal and conflict statements that were all made at the last meeting when you didn't take action will be identified as to why the agenda committee was able to work on those items and push them onto the agenda when they'd already identified a conflict that would not allow them to take action. So please, if there's going to be agenda action on an item that 4 board members have already described that they have a financial pecuniary interest in and have identified themselves as not being able to take action, why is it on the agenda? I only have one coin here. I'm sure you can find some yourselves or people in the audience could borrow you some. The only way to get all the answers wrong is to know which answers are right. I'd heard that recently, and I believe that all of the board members are acting what they believe is in the best interest, but they do know it is right. And to get all the answers wrong, that's a choice. This coin can make a better decision. You can flip it, pull one out of your pocket, save everyone time, get through the agenda, flip coins, see what happens. I believe that will create better outcomes for this district and your actions as a board. It's obvious that you don't listen to the attorney that you paid. He advised you as board members and what to do, and you did not listen. What is the value and the cost of these legal services if that is how you act?
Thank you. Number 87.
Hello, my name is Melinda Matus. I have no prepared comments, but I would like to address the letter in the Globe that you, Mr.
Excuse me,
Burns-
we have to stick to the agenda items.
Well, you are the president of our school board and you put out a rude,
Stick to the agenda items.
I think it is an agenda
It
item.
is
It's
not an
public
agenda item.
comment.
It is not an agenda item.
Okay.
You
then
can
I
do it
would
at
like-
the end. That's where that
where
goes.
that comes in, huh?
Yep.
Okay, I would like to make a comment about the amount of money that Douglas County trustees have authorized for legal services that I think 4 of you trustees should cover your own legal services. And I think that is on the agenda, that you are going to approve yet again with errors that Ms. Gilkerson and Ms. Wagstaff and Mr. Kangas have brought up multiple times, and you just pass it on and say, yep, we'll pay it. That is irresponsible management of the taxpayers' dollars. I am a taxpayer. I expect that you will do the right thing and check every single bill that comes into the school district. And yet you don't. You just say, oh, I trust him. I trust him. Well, everybody makes mistakes, and you have the responsibility to manage our money. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 88.
Good afternoon. My name is Martha Betcher. I was employed by Douglas County School District for 17 years. My daughter attended schools from first grade through 12th grade here in Douglas. She graduated from college and did extremely well based on her experience in this school district. I just want to say that we basically need competent, reasonably priced legal representation. Gilbert and Jepson are not providing this service. Please stop bleeding our school district of funding. It makes no sense. Thank you.
Number 88. Was that 88? I'm sorry. 89.
Cheryl Blumstrom for the record. Marxist wannabe. Today's meeting is too crowded to give any of the items the focus that they need and deserve. Postpone some for another meeting so that you can actually chew on the stuff that's important. For one, Mr. Gilbert's contract needs more discussion and answers to the many questions it continues to raise. Adoption of the budget is the most important thing you're going to do this entire school year. Give it lots of time. Don't rush through it. Declining enrollment, chronic absences, the changes to the funding formula, which damages our rural school districts, and teacher staff departures are all concerns that are ongoing. Make these your priority. As to the settlement agreement, since the former language has been included here, we can only assume that the four named parties intend to vote rather than abstain. If they do, they would be voting to make the district pay attorney's fees that their failure created, and they could be personally liable. It is time to reflect on the damage this board has done and continues to do. Very little of what y'all are doing here has any positive effect for students. And this doesn't even touch on the applicant screening, and that's been a mess. Turn your focus where it belongs, the students. That would be epic. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 90.
Good afternoon. Leslie Peters, Assistant Director of Education Services for Douglas County School District. President Burns, several months ago, you pulled me aside after a transportation meeting to tell me that you had heard from people around the district that they appreciated my leadership style. They had told you in meetings I wasn't always speaking up about things, but when I did speak, they were happy to listen. You then shared that you had been able to see that for yourself in the meeting we had attended together, and you had appreciated it. I haven't said much at board meetings, but tonight I am going to speak, and I hope the board will listen with open minds. In completing applications for new jobs, it is always important to have references from supervisors and colleagues. Thankfully, all 6 superintendent applicants have those. However, the role of superintendent is not just about the ability to work directly with the supervisors and colleagues in your organization. It is about being able to network and connect with many in the community as well as the school district. From my review of the applications, one applicant, Mr. Patrick Peters, has those references in addition to supervisors. Patrick Peters has strong references from his supervisors from Lyon County School District, Associate Superintendent Tim Logan, and Superintendent Wayne Workman, former Lyon County School Board President and Trustee John Stevens, Director of Lyon County School District, Director of Transportation Benita Stevens, former Director of Eagle Ridge High School and Winrick Detention Facility Jessica Stocking. Of note, Mr. Peters and Mrs. Stocking work closely together as Mr. Peters is the principal of Eagle Ridge High School as well as Silver Stage High School to create meaningful and effective opportunities for incarcerated youth. Wouldn't that be a wonderful partnership to continue now that Mrs. Stocking is the director of Jacobson High School and China Springs Youth Camp? In addition, Mr. Peters has strong references.
Thank you.
I would ask as a member of cabinet if I could please complete
Laura
my
Cadet?
message.
Cadet?
For the record, Laura Cadeau. It is imperative that this board reflect on Mr. Gilbert's commitments made during the July meeting. He promised to enhance meeting operations, adhere to open meeting laws, and ensure smoother meetings. However, nearly a year has passed with no progress. In fact, meetings have deteriorated, leading to heightened division among board members. 3 members have had to seek external legal assistance to safeguard the school district's best interests regarding the writ of mandamus. The mishandling of the initial public request resulting in agenda items 18 to 22 should never have escalated to this level, squandering valuable resources, finance, and time. Utterly unacceptable. We are compensating Mr. Gilbert with exorbitant fees and rates surpassing those of any of his predecessors. Enough is enough. When Mr. Burns inquired on July 19th whether we possess the authority to terminate Gilbert if he fails to fulfill his duty, Gilbert brazenly retorted, and I quote, "Fire my ass." Well, I say do it. Forget the contract and dismiss him immediately.
Thank you. Debbie Silva.
Debbie Silva, left-wing Marxist and everything else David Burns has said about us, I guess.
Excuse me, stick to the agenda,
Although I don't
please.
know if any organization is paying me. We'll see. I have evaluated the candidates for superintendent, and the current acting superintendent, Ms. Dwyer, stands out among all others. As a taxpayer, I urge the board to cease wasting time and resources in the search for a replacement, as we already have Ms. Dwyer, who has demonstrated superior effectiveness. The NRS gives you the authority to prioritize the well-being of school children, but it does not permit personal or political biases to influence operational decisions. Your search for superintendent should be based on qualifications, not political affiliations or ideology. I recommend hiring Ms. Dwyer without further delay if she's still interested. And I would say that I think that by having a litmus test, you have 3 criteria you look at, including diversity, equity, and inclusion, and your other 2 issues. I think that that goes against our State Board of Education and the policies that we have set in place for this state. And I'm thinking somebody might start looking at a complaint about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Minor.
Good afternoon. Sit on. On behalf of Laura Cadeau's efforts, I would like to say that she has reached out multiple times to inquire about Mr. Arbach's hiring, how and why he was chosen, and who authorized his hiring. She has yet to receive a response. It is important for the public to understand why District why the district is paying $8,619 for his services. While I hope your report will address this issue, the lack of supporting documents on the agenda and unanswered emails leave me no choice but to bring it up here. Please provide this information and consider a more efficient way to handle public comments. I want to remind the board that the open meeting law cautions against any practices or policies that inhibit public comments, even if it's technically legal, as they may go against the spirit of the law. I would also like to just throw one thing in. I would like you to hire Ms. Dwyer.
Thank you, Leslie Wilkinson.
Leslie Hokinson for the record. I am requesting clarification on the authorization of selecting this particular law firm as legal counsel for services related to a formal employee complaint. I am perplexed by the invocation of their in-house counsel privilege and question the necessity for this firm to seek additional external legal counsel if they specialize in workplace complaints. In the interest of transparency, it is imperative that the background and credentials of this law firm are disclosed to the public. Additionally, I urge the individuals involved in this complaint refrain from voting on this matter or any others that may arise pertaining to it in order to prevent any potential conflicts of interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Porter, number 91.
Good afternoon. First, I want to thank all of you for all of the items on the agenda that mark the work you're going to be doing tonight. I want to address item 18 simply because it is only dealing with a petition for writ of mandate. It is not a major fact-finding pleading, but rather a discovery pleading that has gotten far more publicity than it deserves. The vitriol attached to it has gotten in the way of you conducting the business you otherwise would have liked to have conducted. And I'm hoping that this matter can settle so that we can then enjoy the results of your hard work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ginger Starrett, number 96.
Thank you. What an agenda. Just about the only item not likely to cause someone's hair to catch fire is the Pledge of Allegiance, and these days even that sadly has become controversial. I'll skip the agenda items such as the invoices on consent, which will undoubtedly prompt a nasty, uncalled for scene by one or more trustees. Political theater grows tiresome. Going to item 12, I am praying this will settle once and for all any question as to Joey Gilbert's status as board counsel. According to NRS, a superintendent cannot stop the board from hiring who they want. A missing signature means zilch. Any bylaw to the contrary is automatically illegal. On 18, I hope the 4 trustees who were bullied into not voting last meeting participate in the vote this go around. I believe it was completely abhorrent for a commissioner and her husband to interfere, making ugly threats in this matter. I also believe the 3 trustees who did vote violated their own conflicts of interest, since they are clearly political opponents and have a personal interest in seeing the 4 trustees with whom they constantly disagree suffer. Ethics complaints are certainly in order, and I plan to file them. Let's hope items 21 and 22 become moot after the new vote on 18. Approving the settlement is what is best for the district, and that is what the board is supposed to be seeking and bringing about. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 97, Marty Swisher.
Marty Swisher, Gardnerville resident. For item 11, it was a couple of members of the We Deserve a Better board who noticed the discrepancies in the superintendent score sheets from trustees Burns and Jansen and alerted the board and the district. Perhaps Mr. Burns and Mrs. Jansen will explain their reasons for adjusting the weighting on the 6 items relative to each candidate. The result is that the overall percentages of the average among the 7 trustees changed in a range between 1% to 6%. The individual scores and information cast at least 4 candidates in a much greater negative light than was accurate. This is exactly one of the many, many reasons why you as a board were strongly encouraged to have a search firm help you with this important work. Concerning item 12, Mr. Gilbert's law contract, I emailed you needed revisions and recommendations, and I encourage you to have a careful discussion about this contract before approving it. The additions of items 18 and 19 are troubling. Concerning the settlement offer, it was rejected at the April 9th meeting. Since that time, the district and legal counsel have been in turmoil. This settlement is no longer available. The irony of item 19 is that the district, the trustees involved in the legal action and legal counsel have had since August of 2023 to make the action in this item happen. Why this was not offered in the last 9 months is unexplainable. Mr. Gilbert has failed our board and district in his horrible legal advice. You should not take any action on item 18. Thank you.
Okay, we've got about 60 seconds. Mrs. Dwyer, do you want to address? Yeah, well, he's brought it up, so let's go ahead and address it. Yes.
You have faith in me. So I wanted to address the screening tool. In fact, President Burns and Trustee Jansen printed those screeners out. And when they printed the screeners to fill them out, they didn't fill them out in Excel format. So if you fill those out in Excel format, those fields populate automatically. So when they printed out the form to fill it out on their own, it was printed out blank. So I believe you thought you had to put in your own weights. You didn't understand that the weights were listed on the top of each of those categories because it wasn't auto-populated. So it was a mistake.
Yeah, we didn't print them out. I didn't anyway. I received them.
Annie.
Anna gave them to us and I just did it the same way I did the
Anna.
last one. I didn't know that I was supposed to do it online or on Excel. Nobody told me.
So they were, just to clarify, if we
Rude.
could welcome Annie Lopez. Annie, raise your hand. Annie is our new superintendent and board secretary. We're very, very happy to have her. She's doing great already. She just jumped in feet first and she's doing all the things. So what we did was we emailed everybody the screeners, but we also provided a paper copy. And so in that paper copy, those fields were blank. And so that was overlooked. It was a mistake. I don't believe was intentional on any part. So hopefully that clarifies.
And the
Thank
red
you.
folders have their revised spreadsheets
Yes.
with the proper numbers.
Yes, and they've been attached also as supporting documents online.
Okay, thank you. Okay, it is 4:30 and we have to stop at this point and we have to go state mandate that we have to shift to the budget. I'm sorry, we're on item number 5.
Sue Estes, Director of Business Services for the record. The tentative budget that we came to the board with in April that was approved is what we have adopted for the May final. We do not have any other information from the state that gives us more information for revenue. So right now, this is what we get to live with. So it just needs to actually be adopted and approved. And I know that you and I, Dave, discussed this budget. So, and this is the one that is coming forward for today. So.
Any questions, any comments? Is this on loud enough?
Yeah.
Because usually I can hear myself more than I do now.
So I have a question.
Thank you.
Sure. I have a question. So we don't have anything to look at per se because it hasn't been finalized. Is that what you're saying?
No, the budget that we actually brought forward in the
Last
April
okay.
meeting is the same budget that you have here, but you should have that because we need another copy of it.
We don't have a copy in our folder. All right.
Yes, this is such a go to sleep kind of a document, you know, it's not like one you can actually.
I don't have a 5. I don't have a 5. I don't have it. We don't have it. We do?
Dave and I went over it, so I do think it's there.
Where is it in mine?
Yeah.
Show me where it is.
So-
I'm sorry. I never had it.
So did you have anyone else contact you to
thank
get
you.
answers
I'll use her,
if they
sorry.
had questions?
Questions that were answered about the April tentative, and this is the same,
Not
you
your
know,
fault.
we've had a couple board members talk about it.
But this was the same we got last month.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've looked at it.
Yeah.
I got it. I'm ready to make a motion for.
Oh, hold on. Anybody else?
Here, you can have this one if you'd like. Sure. And you can have it if you want to have my other one.
Is this where we make a motion?
I was just going to make one for you.
I just
Okay.
want to make sure because
No, that's fine.
anybody has any questions.
I just was making sure.
Carrie, did you have anything?
I do not have any questions. I'm
Okay.
pretty comfortable with what we've seen.
Okay. Yvonne?
No, I
Linda?
liked it last month. It hasn't changed. I'm good.
Catherine? You're good? You're good?
Yes, I'm good.
Doug? Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we recommend that we, following the public hearing, the board adopt the revised tentative budget as final for the 2024, 2025.
Second.
Okay, the motion is made by trustee Gilkerson and seconded by trustee Dickinson.
Dickerson.
Okay. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Okay, pass unanimous. That went fast.
Thank you, Sue.
Okay. Excuse me, I gotta turn this off because it's making noise. Okay, now we're back. Public comment online.
Colin Burrows. I'm gonna unmute you. Hold on.
Colin Burrows for the record.
Colin, go ahead.
Parent and taxpayer. 90 measly seconds. That's all you're giving the public to voice their opinions.
We don't
on-
hear you.
Can you hear me?
Hang on a moment. Colin, hang on a second. We're getting your voice to text closed captioning, but we don't hear you in the room. Hang on a second. Colin, you're unmuted. Could you give it one more try?
Yep, Colin Burrows.
No, it's still not working. Hang on. We're gonna try Courtney Jeffries next and see if we have the same issue. Hang on one second. Courtney, let's hope we have better luck. Could you give it a try?
Sure, can you hear me?
No, we're getting your text, your voice to text, but the audio is not coming through Zoom for some reason.
Yeah, and that's crazy because I could hear the last speaker. Would you like me to try again?
Yeah, please go ahead. You on the speaker on our projector. Could you try saying something?
Sure, can you hear me now?
At a very low volume. Hang on a second. Can you try one more time?
Can you hear me now?
We can. I don't know if this part of the recording is going to go on to, I don't know if it's going to be recorded on Zoom, but we can hear you in here. So go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm not sure what the problem is.
Courtney, we can hear you.
Courtney, we can hear you. Go ahead. She maybe can't hear us.
So I was told that you guys can hear me, so I'm going to go ahead and talk. You said no outburst, President Burns, because of inappropriateness. Well, I was there in the beginning holding a sign up when Susan Jansen walked in and said our signs were retarded. That's inappropriate, and that is very uncalled for. That is a word that should no longer be used. Regarding agenda item 13 and money being spent, Gilbert's bills has topped over $300,000 and still climbing. And now you have to hire another law firm to deal with the new formal complaint? Is it because Gilbert is not and never was the educational lawyer you made him out to be? Nope, that's right. He was here to fire Keith Lewis. You four are the reason it feels like schools are failing our students in district. Your words, not mine, David Burns. Because of the insane spending that should be going to clubs, athletics, co-curriculars like drama, art, welding. We read your Nevada Globe piece, Mr. Burns. Thanks for calling me and other parents anti-American and Marxist just because my opinions don't align with yours. You and your three friends up there are so politically driven it makes me sick. You want equal education and quality to treat students equally? Then prove it, because so far you have not. Thank you.
Thank you. Hang on one second. We're going to have to do the same thing. I'm going to switch this to. Colin, try speaking in just one moment. When I unmute you, hang on 1 second.
Colin Burrows, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Colin Burrows, parent and taxpayer. 90 measly seconds. That's all you're giving the public to voice their opinions on over 16 crucial items. Talk about a slap in the face of transparency. And as for item 13, let's not beat around the bush. The root cause of this mess lies squarely at the feet of these new board members who think it's okay to bully and harass our hardworking school district staff while completely disregarding the thoughts and opinions of parents and students. Just take a look at the trail of destruction left behind. Lawsuits, resignations, toxic work environment that's driving dedicated professionals away. Joe Gerdner resigned July 29th, parent of an experience of 20 years, out, toxic board. Keith Lewis, 28 years experience, has kids in the school, harassed, bullied, resigned. Karen Harper, gone. The director of IT, gone. Director of transportation, gone. Numerous teachers leaving the district to teach in Carson City, gone. School board trustee Tony Magnotta resigned in protest of the new board members' lack of concern for parents and teachers on December 6th. And now Adam Dedman is the latest victim of this toxic, hateful, fascist board. But mark my words, when he wins his lawsuit, the floodgates will open and the rest of the harassed staff will follow suit. It's downright shameful, and we won't stand for it any longer. We need to hold these bullies accountable and demand the transparency and respect our community deserves. And isn't it curious that our high-priced attorney is not going to take on this lawsuit? What a waste of a hire Joey Gilbert has been. Got his butt.
There was only two. Okay, somebody's gonna have to help me here.
Yeah, we have more.
It's T and starts with an S. I did not make maybe a couple of N's in there. It's a name. So I can't read the rest. Nope, no number. It was after Marty Swisher.
What number was it?
97.
So it would be 98.
Could be 98.
Is it 98?
Is there any way that we can wait until trustee Jansen is back in her seat?
No.
Is the number you're trying to call 98? If he said there was
97 was the last one.
It's tough. Yeah.
Oh, now I can read it. Top.
Tom Stewart.
Oh, wait, Tom, the mic is
Put
off.
on the mic.
Just push the button, yeah.
Tom Sterrett, agenda item 11, superintendent. The voters owe thanks to you for the majority who have cumulatively spent hundreds of hours evaluating the candidates. Regrettably, the obstructionist minority will delay and undermine. No candidate supported by you four will be acceptable. Do not be victimized by their procedural gymnastics. Do without delay what you think best for the students. 12, legal contract. You're the sop to continued hectoring by the board minority. The legal contract is revisited, not out of any legitimate concern. More time wasted. Mr. Gilbert's office has provided indisputable quality representation in an unprecedented, hostile, and litigious environment, all at a bargain price. Much of his work is created by those who have the chutzpah to then criticize him for charging it. We are lucky to have him, and he deserves our thanks and gratitude. 20, attorney-client waiver. There can be no good faith reason for this item. Cui bono, who benefits? Only the openly hostile opposition. Opposition counsel in this case has not waived the privilege and has redacted almost all of his invoices. There is no mutuality, simply absurd. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick Meyer, number 99.
Nick Meyer for the record. I look forward to the presentation of the special counsel report, which is agenda item 3. The reason being is the previous administration lacked transparency on financial matters, lacked transparency on personnel, and lacked transparency on curriculum. I further wish to note that the legal expenses currently incurred by the board are a result of a baseless, mean-spirited lawsuit by Robbie Lehman, Richie McGuffin, and Marty Swisher. This disgruntled bunch of losers has cost the district some $70,000 and zero wrongdoing has been found.
Get out of here. Harassing me.
We're not going to do that. Step outside. I understand. That goes for that goes for everything. All right. Keep it order. Go outside.
Okay, David Brady. Next. Okay. Jennifer Golden.
Jennifer Golden, and I live in Douglas County. Mr. Burns, I wanted to address your ranking of candidates for superintendent. Your ranking of Patrick Peters and his references, as brought up by previous comment, indicated that you didn't feel that his references were adequate, despite the number of references that he holds and the quality of those references. So I've come today as president to give you the reference in person. While I am a Douglas County resident, I drive 1 hour every day, plus or minus, to school to work for Patrick Peters in Lyon County. I've never considered that I work for Lyon County. I work for Mr. Peters. His educational quality and leadership, his ability to inspire and motivate his staff means that 80% of our small school is in the same boat. They drive a 30-minute or more commute each day to and from school because our school is a place that we want to be. And if you would consider and reconsider and provide us some transparency on your ranking criteria that caused you to score him so low, you might also understand what Mr. Peters could bring to Douglas County. The culture and a staff who is happy to be there, students who are willing and able to learn, and an overall environment that would be a benefit to Douglas County. Thank you.
Thank you. May Hyatt.
Like the second or third time she's left.
I don't think she feels it.
Okay, I'm sorry to hear that. I know, that's why I said I'm sorry to hear that. May Hyatt, H-I-A-T-T. I'm the person that made the signs that Susan Jansen called retarded earlier. Earlier it was stated that the screening forms were blank from trustee Burns and Jansen. You claim someone filled it in. Who? Who filled it in? Who filled in your screening forms? Did you fill in the weights for your own forms? I ask this because Susan Jansen, a veteran teacher with over 30 years of experience, should have had a general understanding of a weighting system and how a rubric works. Same with David Burns, who evidently through osmosis generates his expertise from his wife, who is a retired school teacher. The weight for all candidates should be 100. But some candidates, their weight was lowered so drastically. For example, Mr. Peters' weight on the screening form was 40 instead of 100 by Mr. Burns. Miss Judy had a possible weight of 35. On Jansen's screening form, Miss Judy had a weight possible of 66. Mr. Peters, a possible weight of 50. How is this fair? All the more reason to hire an outside firm. How can we trust you? The only reason that you guys changed it is because people in the community emailed you and told you it was wrong. That's the only reason. I would suspect that you guys tried to get away with this. Thank you.
Kolachek?
Penny Kolachek for the record. Thank you for the explanation on the erroneous scoring. To confirm, the response is that no one told you how to do it, despite a rubric being part of the last go round. So I hope that more care is taken in the future items and that trustees strive to accept more accountability. Included in tonight's extensive and extended agenda are several items addressing legal contracts. On June 13th, then President Susan Jansen asked to consider a change in legal counsel because she stated she did not believe the current legal counsel was giving the district confident advice regarding open meeting laws, FOIA requests, and guidance on making motions. So are we better a year and $300,000 later? Meetings are still off and run, as Mr. Gilbert criticized in July 2023, like a circus. Violations are piling up, and it has cost us at least one superintendent, arguably the most qualified candidate. As was recommended a year ago, it appears that trustees are now seeking separate legal representation, so I thank you for that. While we get to hear the details, I look forward to understanding the funding proposal. Additionally, I hope we hear more detail around the contract because a restated contract was brought to the board in November. It was stated there were no material changes, but that was not the case. Last time we were told that the full board did not need to approve it. So hopefully today we are looking at that in the sake of transparency. I would consider that you all review it since you have not reviewed the invoices considerably over the last few months, and perhaps that you should make it clear
Thank you.
to add verbiage about a parliamentary
Adrian
role.
Sawyer.
Adrian Sawyer, for the record, concerned parent of 3 DCSD students. Once again, this agenda is bogged down with items that have nothing to do with improving the education of DCSD students and everything to do with shielding 4 trustees from public transparency and accountability. I emailed the trustees my concerns with Mr. Gilbert's contract but have not heard back from anyone. I do see that there are 3 requests for outside legal counsel on this agenda. Finally, the board and Mr. Gilbert are adhering to his contract. However, the 3 requests are for taxpayers to foot the legal bill, taking much needed funds from students and teachers because 4 trustees did not comply with the law. They colluded outside public meetings to set the board agenda and tried to hide it by using personal phones and emails. Any trustee named in legal action should abstain from voting on those items due to conflict of interest. A vote for is financially beneficial to the trustees. I hope we can get back to the issues that really concern parents like me, ensuring every dollar spent is going to DCSD students to retain top-notch teachers and improve the outcomes for every DCSD student.
Thank you. That's everything I have here.
What's your last number? Because that one is 104.
Well, these 3 didn't have numbers. Lori McKimmey.
Lori McKimmey for the record. I'm going to finish Leslie Peters' remarks. Mr. Peters has strong references from State Deputy Superintendent Christy McGill, as well as State Superintendent Joan Ebert. Finally, Mr. Peters worked very closely with former Lyon County Commissioner Vida Keller, and she and Mr. Peters worked closely during their time together in the Silver Springs and Stagecoach communities, especially during the high school graduation during the school shutdown. I would ask this board to act with integrity in voting to interview the candidate whose references demonstrate his ability to connect and build relationships across the community. Hear about his knowledge of CTE and what he was able to do for students in partnership with Western Nevada College around CTE pathways and dual credits for most students. Give Mr. Peters, the local candidate, a Douglas High School graduate, and a longtime resident, an opportunity to share his vision for Douglas County School District. Remember that we are more than our behaviors, and although Mr. Peters has challenged some of you at an earlier board meeting, he is passionate about doing what is right for students and families, and has a 31-year track record of doing just that. Someone who has raised some questions and challenged something should not be written off automatically. I'm sure that there are many in this room who would like other people to look past some of their behaviors and get to know them as people before passing judgment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rob Lehman.
Good afternoon, Rob Lehman. Once again, I was not planning on speaking, and once again, a completely unintelligent comment has forced me to come up here and correct the record, this time by Nick Mayer.
You have to stick to the agenda.
I am. He's talking about the lawsuit, which is part of your agenda. Mr. Mayer said that it was baseless. Today, in an opinion piece, you called it frivolous. Tell me, do baseless and frivolous lawsuits typically end in the other side begging for a settlement that gives us everything we want? Aren't baseless and frivolous lawsuits typically thrown out? Aren't baseless and frivolous lawsuits I guess that's it. I mean, you guys gave us every single thing we wanted on a baseless and frivolous lawsuit. Meyer, where did you come up with that? Your ability to critically think is unbelievable. Finally, and the one thing I know there's good reason to settle. I know there is. It helps the school, it helps, but after your comments today, after Meyer's today, there is no settlement. A judge will do this. A judge will make the order. You'll take the stand. With any luck, you'll perjure yourself like Mrs. Jansen did.
Excuse me, now you're on.
I didn't lie about anything.
You're
you did.
I know I did not.
I can talk and I
Miss,
can
you
say.
can, but you cannot use names. You should know that.
I can use names.
You cannot
There's
call
nowhere that says
people
that.
out.
There's nowhere that says that.
Look at your Robert's rules.
No, you can say that. I can say stuff. So we'll just go to the end. And finally, there's people that are upset that were calling me a sore loser. I don't mind. They can call me a sore loser as much as they want. Those people who call me a sore loser also love Trump, the biggest sore loser of all. So maybe they're a compliment.
That's it.
Online, maybe more online.
We just asked Stephanie Christensen, give us 1 second, and when we unmute you, you can go ahead and speak. So hold on 1 second.
Can you hear me?
We can, but hang on a second. Stephanie, we can hear you, but I can switch between audio, so just go ahead and speak. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, my name is Stephanie Christensen, and many budget items are being discussed today, and I would ask that you please keep in mind our students in our schools, and especially our Title I schools. My children attend CC Manili, and I have to say I am so impressed with the staff and the teachers. They do a tremendous job and they have many challenges that they face. And I know due to decreasing population and to irresponsibly spent funds, they're losing staff and resources. And it breaks my heart because they work so hard already, and this is going to stress them out. So I ask those board members who are spending so much of our money, I know you had good intentions, but it's not working out. It's time, please, I ask you to resign.
Okay. All right, we're going to move to consent item and come back to number 3. This is for possible action of the minutes of the regular board meeting of April 9th. Accounts payable, special and regular run vouchers. Personnel report, number 2405, budget voucher adjustments, and monthly update of enrollment counts. That's information only. Anyone have anything? Yvonne?
In the minutes, as I was reading through them, oh, do we just pull them? Or do we discuss, how do you want to proceed? Pull
We
first.
can, yeah, we can pull it.
Okay, so I would like to pull the minutes.
Pull the minutes, okay?
Pull the minutes.
Before we go on to that one, is there any more?
Thank you, President Burns. I'd like to pull regular run voucher 8941. And I'd like to pull 4C, the personnel report.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, we'll come back to the minutes.
So as I was reading through the minutes, I noticed that under number 4, which, you know, we had talked about the appointment of acting superintendent, appointing Jeannie as superintendent. And at the top of page 7, where we finally voted, it says motion passed, and it needs to reflect that the motion failed.
Where are you at?
So on page 7, at the top of page 7. So I had made the motion that we appoint Jeannie, and the motion failed. So it just needs to reflect that. I would love it if it had passed, but it didn't. So it just needs to reflect that. Correct. So as long, I mean, and as long as that's changed, then I have no other issues with the minutes.
Mrs. Dwyer, do you know anything on that?
We need to pull those minutes and edit that and fix it, and then we can bring them back next time for approval.
So we will not be voting on that. I'll come back next week. Okay. Trustee Gilchrist.
Thank you, President Burns. I promise I'll just take a minute or two on the, regular run voucher. Just so the public realizes our writ of mandamus was over almost $21,000. The general board administration was $1,705. The bills are definitely going down, and I'm really happy about that. That's more money in the kids' pockets. But I have to mention that of that $1,700, that $942 were on phone calls made by one board member and there was 18 phone calls made in 19 business days. To me, that's an abuse of power. The next thing I'd like to talk about is the DCSD board meeting. It was, for April, it was $2,076.11. Mr. Gilbert, I want to thank you for billing correctly on that. And I also want to thank you for your travel to the hearing. You just charged us a flat fee of $50. It really could have been more, and I appreciate that. But one thing that I have to mention is I do not see any credits on this last bill. There should have been some credits that were overlooked. I do believe I mentioned them at the last meeting. And it was for on 3/12, the board meeting, and on 3/21, which was the special meeting. I don't know why we're struggling with this, but we have a hard time getting our travel time down to the GSA. Both of those were charged at 1.5 hours for $487.50. So we were charged $975 in the March meeting. I thought we were going to get a credit, but it did not show a credit. What it should have been is only $61.11 for a total of $122.22. We do have a credit coming for $852.78. I just worry that these things just keep getting pushed back and then they get buried. And I think it's important that we don't keep approving these line items when they're not correct, just like we didn't approve the board minutes. When things aren't correct, we should not approve them. So I think we need to not keep approving these invoices until all mistakes are rectified and we receive all the credits. I know there's a few more that we've come up with. I can't remember what they were right now because it's just, you could spend days doing this stuff. Anyways, that's my only comment. So I think we're getting closer. The bills are going down. We're heading the right direction. Thank you. And then I don't know if anybody wanted to say anything. I'll move on. On 4C, this is our personnel report. I have to say, I've been on the school board. This is finishing up my 8th year. And I don't know that I've ever seen so many involuntary transfers. That's not a good sign. I think that's a sign of the times possibly for us. And that is very, very worrisome. And the people that are resigning, many reasons were given that they accepted a position elsewhere. That also is very, very concerning to me. Thank you.
President Burns, may I speak to something concerning that? That was an assumption. There is no proof that anybody was leaving because of what was really implemented. It was kind of under the thing stating that maybe because of this board, the new board, that people are just leaving. I think that was kind of an unfair light to put that in. Nobody knows for sure. That's an assumption. Thank you.
I'd like to reply, Mr.
Okay.
Mr. Burns, I'd like to reply to Mrs. Dickerson's comment, if I may.
No.
I'm not sure you can do that, but okay. I'm just gonna.
Actually, in our training that I'm assuming you watched, it states that you cannot prevent a board member from speaking.
If you're addressing an item that we are on agenda. She did not, and she did not.
Actually, under discussion, we can, only during
You
debate.
cannot talk to another board member. You have
So
the
under Robert's rules,
are
under
complete-
Robert's rules, the training that I watched, during discussion, you are allowed to talk amongst yourselves to other board members. During debate, it has to go to you.
Show me in the Robert's rules that there's a difference between debate and discussion.
There's a huge difference between debate and discussion.
All right, show me.
Did you watch the training?
Yes, I did.
Okay, well then, during debate, each individual person has 10 minutes to speak 2 times. That's it. Right? During discussion, every single member of the board has the opportunity to speak until everyone has spoken or not, chosen not to speak, and then it goes back to the person that chooses to speak. There's not a limit to the number of times that can happen. And it can be amongst the school board members.
I disagree.
I agree with Ms. I don't think this is on, but I agree with Ms. Wagstaff. There is a difference between discussion and debate. And
There's still a control of time.
There's not a control of time during discussion.
Go ahead, I'll bring back the answer to it later.
As will I.
Thank you. All I wanted to say was, my remarks that I made about the involuntary is people are being told they have to move to keep their jobs because we're cutting back. That's just obvious. It was no intent to put any blame on anybody. I'm just stating a fact. And that people are leaving our district. They could be leaving for many reasons. That was just stating a fact. Thank you.
Okay,
That was all I
thank you
was
for the
saying.
clarification.
I was not placing blame, nor did I mean to.
Go ahead.
It's important to note, it's a very difficult position, special education, and over 50% of these are in that. It's difficult. It is very difficult. So it's important to note that, gosh, it looks like 60% are in that field. Yeah, thank you.
it's due to lack of enrollment. It's not because of the difficulty of the job. It's due to lack of enrollment.
Okay, so we're looking at consent items. You have A, B, 8941 needs to be clarified yet. And C, is that not hold? Am I correct? Okay. Okay, and then D and E. Do you want to address that now or?
Ms. Gilbertson, I understand your concern. It was an oversight on my part. I'm the one who put the travel costs in there, and I did not note that we were crediting them back. They will be on this, the credit will be on this next invoice.
Thank you, Ms. Jepson. I appreciate that. I do want to say one other quick thing, that on the meeting of April 9th, Mrs. Wagstaff said invoices are a hot topic. It would be forthcoming if invoices could be published with appropriate redactions. Mr. Gilbert responded, and this is a quote, "He will work on making stuff more transparent, and he will review bills for credit." That was said last month. So, thank you.
Well,
As stated in every board meeting that I've been to, if the board chooses to forego the attorney-client privilege that covers the invoices, they may do so. And then we can make the invoices open to the public. Until then, we are not able to provide that information.
do we know what the corrections are?
On the invoice?
Yeah.
I have them. I don't know that they have the March for them. I have it in front of me.
You want to come back?
We don't have the March board.
I
Okay.
got it if you'd like to have it. I probably need to look at it.
I don't know what you want me to say. I said I missed it last meeting. We'll give you the credit on these next invoices, which will be sent to Jeannie and Ms. Estes later tonight or tomorrow morning. It will be reflected on those invoices.
So then should we go ahead, can we go ahead and vote to pass them? Or can we not? I'm not sure. If we pull them for corrections, then what the credit should be on.
We're not pulling for corrections. We will credit you on the next invoice, but whether you vote to pass or not, that is up to the board.
Can we send you the rest of the corrections along with those then? Because there's some more.
You could send me the rest of what you believe should be corrected, and then we could discuss, as Mr. Gilbert stated last month, if you have.
Do you want this in an open meeting, or would you rather just send you what I think are corrections?
Can I make a suggestion? This, Trustee Gilkerson, it's evident that you have the numbers, and that's good. Are you okay with her communicating with Kendra so we can get these things all caught up and straightened away?
We say this every meeting, we say the same thing. If there's an issue, just to let us know. There's literally so many entries these days on different stuff. If it was an oversight, Kendra did the billing and she didn't know at the time that we had switched to doing just a flat fee. And so, you know, I have every right to bill from the time I leave to the time I come back, but I'm doing this. So Tony brought up when he talked about it a long time ago, I'm just doing a flat fee because I'm trying to keep the bills less because you asked me to. Ms. Gilkerson and Ms. Wagstaff, so that's what we're doing. No problem, we'll make the corrections. We have, you know, those numbers will go in tomorrow, do the $800 correction immediately, and then if you see anything else, all you have to do is send me an email, copy Jeannie and Sue, and it'll be immediately reflected.
So I did try to contact you. I don't know if you received the message, but I did contact your office and said, hey, this is Yvonne Wagstaff, I'm a school board member. I'd like to speak with Joey concerning a couple of things. But it was crickets after that. I never heard back. So you might want to talk to your office staff about
The
receiving all
best
your.
thing is to send me an email, like I've said.
Okay.
So that's what I'd say.
Okay.
You want it CC to Kendra?
I did email you as well, but never heard back. I heard from Kendra. I emailed them.
Yeah, you emailed both of us and she responded. So if you email both of us, we'll definitely respond.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Gilkerson, are you good with connecting and doing that?
Absolutely.
Okay, and you're comfortable with everything that we've talked about?
Yes.
Okay, so we can go ahead and approve?
You can go ahead and make a motion to approve. I'm not saying I will
make a
approve it, but yes, you can.
Okay, all right. So we have all of the items of consent items, and we've just gone through those. I need a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent items.
I'll second.
With the exception of A.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent items with the exception of A, minutes from the previous meeting.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Second.
I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Kangas.
How do I vote no to pay the invoices? Vote yes to the rest of the agenda.
If it fails, we'll take a vote because we already have a motion and a second on the floor. We'll take a vote. If it fails, then we can actually come back to this.
Okay.
And then
With the exception of the invoices. Okay.
you can make it. Yeah. Okay, trustee Engelkirk made the motion, and we have a second from trustee Dickinson. She'll correct me every time on that. So all in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
To the invoices.
We have it passed. We have a 4-3 vote. A will be corrected, presented next month. And trustee Gilkerson will be dealing with number 8941 and anything else. Okay. All right. Thank you. Let's go back to number 3. The special counsel report on the investigation. This is information only. The special counsel report.
So we received the report about 3:15 this afternoon. It is for information only, so I'm going to read the report to you. And we will post it to the agenda first thing tomorrow. I'm thinking we won't be able to do it right now today, but we have 24 hours to post any documents to the agenda. And so we will make sure it's posted first thing in the morning. Lots of hands.
Yeah.
President Byrd.
I'm sorry.
I have a comment because I thought this would be a presentation that would be done here. Evidently that went to the south, but as a board member, I just want this to be on record. As a board member, I never authorized this investigation. I've never been presented with a formal complaint or any concrete evidence associated with this investigation. I believe there's an obligation to present this to the board before there's any public presentation or recommendations that might involve any types of special interest or hearsay. And I have lots of questions. Thank you.
If we just received it, is there any way that we could just push this to next month's board meeting so that we have it in front of us so that we can read it
I understand that, but
and mull it over? I know, and I'm super grateful, but I do better when I can read it.
I understand that, but
That's how I input.
we can't hold things up on legality. It's just a little different. Am I correct? That we cannot hold this out till next. Yeah. It's informational.
Sorry. If it's information only, I don't.
It's information.
I don't see the purpose of deferring if we are reviewing this report for information and no action. Whether we defer it or not, the report for public consumption has been presented to the board, so it has to be presented to the public at the same time. So whether Jeannie reads it or not, it's going to be made available to the public as soon as they post it.
Are there names mentioned in the report? Okay.
I would like, when we came in, we asked about it. I asked about it, not we, I'll speak for myself. when I came in, that was one of my big concerns, was we have not received it. And you told me you got it just right now, which, okay, I get that. But I want to have it in front of me. I don't want you to read it to me. I want a copy of it. I want it in front of me. I, like Mr. Kangas said, he has questions. I have a whole page full of questions about this investigation. I was under the impression Mr. Hardy was going to be here to do the presentation, that we could ask questions. I would rather defer this until next meeting so that we get a fair shot of being able to look at this. I also like to have things in front of me. You reading it to me is going to mean nothing to me because I won't retain it. I need to look at it. So I think it's one of our bylaws that whenever, anything comes before us, we should have time to look at it. Even if it's information only, it should still be provided to us in a timely manner. And I'm requesting that and I was told I thought that's what we were going to do. That's what I was told when I came in, that we are just going to push this till next meeting because he couldn't be here as well. So that is what I think. I don't think there's any harm or foul by doing that, but I do think there's harm and foul by having someone read it to us. And then we're going to ask questions and no one's here to answer questions for us.
Go ahead.
This isn't just about what the board thinks about that. If this is for public consumption, it's not going to change the report, and it's for public consumption. So it's not just about how we feel about reading it. Ms. Dwyer will be reading it to the public. They have a right to hear this, and I don't see the problem with that. Thank you.
Linda, you realize this isn't my decision, correct? It's not my decision to move forward with this agenda item. It's the board's.
Right. Okay. Well, were we not going to have Mr. Hardy present to talk about this so we could ask questions of Mr. Gilbert?
We were, but Mr. Hardy is also going to be available. We could bring him in at the next meeting on a Zoom because there's a lot, or you can do it in a closed session if you have questions for him. This was prepared specifically, this report for public consumption, so the public could learn what's going on. And I think one of the things that can be answered with, I believe Ms. Dwyer will answer, is that this was not something I authorized. As I've said numerous times, this is something Ms. Dwyer authorized, and it's now done. And so again, I think it should just be for information only read. And then if there's questions, Mr. Hardy can be available, and it can even be where he presents, comes on in a Zoom next meeting if you want to do that, or he could come up in person. I think you could do it in a Zoom, or we could do it in a closed session. You can ask questions, but there's no names mentioned in here. I think it's fit for public consumption, and it's really not as bad as everyone thinks. I think that's the issue here. I don't think it's problematic, but it's entirely up to you. You could put it to a vote and push it if you want to, or you can agree to hear it. But it's not really something I'm involved in. I can just tell you that that's what could happen. You can be sure you could push it if you want to, and if you don't want to, then you can do information on.
I'd like to make a motion that we hear this publicly.
I'll second that.
Okay. That was Mr. Gaines.
I have one more point to make. Again, this is about process and the fact that as a board member to have no information whatsoever in the pretext that I just said is not appropriate. And the fact that we're looking at item 13 being done properly. Again, this is a decision of the board. You have my opinions. That's all I can do.
Item 13 has nothing to do with.
It has to do with process.
Oh,
we're being presented an issue before legal counsel has taken off on it.
Item 13 is for an entire different investigation.
Absolutely. I'm not, I'm saying process, where the board is getting to make a choice on legal representation. We didn't have that choice on this item.
I don't think we could move to address it, that it's not an action item. So, and it wasn't agendized as such. I think based on the flexible agenda, we cannot address it today. And the letter for public consumption will be posted as the board received it, but the board could choose not to address it today, and we could agendize it for the next meeting.
Right. If it was an item that it was action, then it's a whole different story. The information only is exactly that. And I don't know how in the world we could postpone something that is for information only.
I would like to make a comment.
Go ahead.
We have a long agenda, and so we don't tally on this. Let's just take a vote. I will vote against it. We'll talk about it next month.
Okay. It's going out tomorrow. Going out tonight, tomorrow, and all the public's gonna have access to it, and we will have it.
But just to make things clear, like, this is not something Trustee Kangas, with all due respect. So Brian Hardy was here in the room. He presented this exactly, who authorized it, what it was gonna do. So I agree. I'm just, it's absolutely, you're right. You know, it's a preference that you would rather have him here, whatever that is. And I completely respect that. But I just want to say, as a matter of, how we conducted this, we did it right. I had a closed session. Everyone was briefed on it. We said a final report would come. I agree. If you want to push it, that's something you guys can absolutely do. The public will get the public consumption document tonight, and then you can look at the final report and we can do it another time. I have no issue with that, but I just don't want it to seem like you haven't been made aware of this and you weren't aware of who greenlighted it, and that Brian Hardy wasn't in the meeting and addressed everybody in person.
I'm very well aware of our special meeting, and I'm very well aware of the fact that he said he was going to come to get more information before presenting. I haven't gotten that privy to that information. Zero.
I'll make a motion if you'd like. Oh, we do? I'm sorry, Doug, did.
Again, I'm on the record for my feelings on this. That was my whole point. I'm not going to delay this meeting any further on that item.
There was a motion to hear the reading. We'll vote on it. And so we either hear it or we don't. That agree?
There's a motion and a second on the floor. Okay.
I just want to clarify a couple of things. I think there's some confusion. I did work with Brian Hardy and Ty Hansen, and I submitted the additional information that they were looking for. They thanked me for submitting that information, however, it didn't change the results of their findings. And so that was a pretty quick exchange. And then the other thing that Kendra was not aware of, she thought that I'd already posted this so you guys could see it. And this letter has not been posted. It has not been shared with the board. You haven't received this letter, and the public has not seen this letter. So the intent was to read it today for information and then to post it to the agenda so everybody had a copy of it today. Just wanted to be clear.
Okay, we got a motion and a second on the floor. We need to take a vote on that.
Didn't the motion be read again?
I made a motion that we hear it. I mean, this is for, the betterment of children. That's what we say we're here for. So I think that the public should be able to consume it right now. So I don't see the big pushback here, but that was me. I made a motion that we hear it tonight and move on. Thank you.
Okay,
Who's presenting it tonight? Yeah, I voted on the motion.
okay, we have a motion. Yeah. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Oppose?
Nay.
Okay. That motion has not passed. Did not pass. That motion did not pass. We have a motion to postpone this. You're gonna have, it's still gonna be an information only. And if it's an information only, if you do the information only now, and it's presented next month, then you can open it up and discuss it and have action. Information only, no discussion.
I'm a little concerned that we just voted on something which obviously I voted against, but I'm concerned that because that was not an action item on the agenda, that we just had an open meeting.
Hold on. Mr. Mayor.
I'm just asking.
We were told it was up to the board, so, majority, so I'm sorry if I said it wrong, let me retract that. But I was just saying, they asked for the majority of the board. What does the board think? Well, it's fine. 4 said no, 3 said yes. But how else are we going to get the feeling of the board as to whether it was read tonight if we didn't say, hey, who wants it read tonight or not read tonight? What's the big deal?
No, I don't disagree. My concern is that it could be a meeting law violation because it's a motion that was not presented on the agenda. That's all.
According to Mr. Gilbert, we should just make a motion to table it. So if you guys don't want to have it, just make a motion to table the item.
Thank you, Mr.
Postpone.
To table it. Yeah, whatever you want to do, just make a motion if you want.
So the motion is void. And there should be a motion to table this item and we will re-agendize it at the next meeting. Just a motion to table the item, period.
I'm prepared to make that motion. I make a motion, we table this item.
Wait a minute, you sure you want to table it? That's different than.
That's what I was
postpone.
just advised
I
by the
know,
legal
but it's-
counsel.
I'm asking a question. There's a difference between postpone and table.
I want legal counsel to answer this question.
My suggestion is to make a motion to table this item.
Again, I make a motion to table this item.
I second.
We have a motion to table item 3. And we have a second. Take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion passed. We will table the motion. I'm sorry, table the agenda item. Number 6, review and update of the district's 5-year capital improvement plan for 2024-2025. Discuss for possible action.
Okay, you should have the document there, the 5-year capital plan. This is by statute required to do a capital plan for 5 years. This is kind of a moving document, even though this is what is going to be approved and sent to the state. It's a moving document based upon the needs of the district. But as you can see in page 2, there's definite needs that are required for a lot of rotational kind of things that have not been done for a while. So we've got boiler problems, we've got HVAC problems, and those are very expensive. So we are trying to capture those in the years of which we can accommodate the particular schools and kind of move on. And this is just something that we have to vote on to actually approve a 5-year capital plan that goes to the state.
I'll make a motion if you're ready.
Yeah, I get, so when we talked a little bit about that, did we talk about touching on what's going on from the state to us and dropping in numbers and what we're losing? I mean, you know, we're looking at, I just feel that the public needs to know kind of the position we're in and why from.
Well, for the CIP, it has nothing to do with the position we're in.
Okay.
The CIP is actually money that is generated from our GST, which is governmental services tax, used to be motor vehicle privilege tax, and then the residential construction tax that we get for each resident permit, that we get $1,600 for each permit that is actually issued from the county. So that actually is the only source of revenue, and it doesn't have anything to do, you cannot transfer these funds into the general fund. These are just exclusive to capital projects that are within our school district. So,
okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, you clarified some things that we did talk about, so I think that's what I was looking for.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No problems.
Any questions?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Recommend the board approves the 5-year capital improvement plan and authorizes its filing with the Department of Taxation.
Second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion, trustee Gilkerson and trustee Gang has seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, it's carries 6-1 with trustee Jensen voting nay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, number 7 is the Health Advisory Committee update for information and discussion only. Do we have, there they are.
Good evening. I'm Darcy McInnes. I'm a speech language pathologist at Gardnerville Elementary School. This is Leanne Kyrish. She is also part of our team. We're just here to kind of tell you what we do. We're the Health Advisory Committee. We generally have an executive director of human resources, but obviously that person does not exist right now. We have 3 certified staff members for DCPEA, 1 classified for DCSSO on our team, which has been new in the last few months. Thankfully, they've come. We have a bus driver and also an administrator through the Douglas County Administrators Association. In addition to our committee members, we have representatives from both Hometown Health, which is our third-party administrator, and LP Insurance, which is our broker. The committee meets monthly unless a majority votes otherwise. Usually we can have 2 a year that can be canceled. Our responsibilities include reviewing the actuarial soundness of the plan, reviewing the benefits and features of the program, premiums, our administrator, also the reinsurance every year to look at stop loss, and then review any factors that may affect our program. We also reviewed bids from plan administrators and health insurance carriers when the committee deems it appropriate, which the last time we did that was in January. And we generally take a look at claim issues, some of the high flyers that we need to look for our stop loss. We make plan changes every year that's really difficult. This is a hard committee to be on because it impacts every employee. But I think our team, over the years, we've tried to make the best decisions for everyone. We've had some good couple of months this year. Things are looking a lot better, knock on wood, with the contributions that are coming in. And also, I think things are finally starting to hopefully flatten out a little bit as far as health insurance since COVID. It's increased horribly since then, about 44%. So that's been a big adjustment as far as our committee is concerned. So if anyone had any questions or.
I'm just grateful to hear that things are leveling out because there was some kind of scary talk for a while, like how long can we maintain this? So thank you so very much for your work, both of you all. Thank you.
Anyone else? No question? Oh, go ahead, Trustee Gilbert.
When you look at this plan, when do you, if there's going to be an increase in the premiums, when will those come into effect? Is it every school year when it starts, or is it yearly? How does that work?
Every year, like plan year. So like January, that when everything goes into effect,
okay,
that's when the increases and stuff happen. We generally start talking about it in August,
okay,
because we have enough data to kind of see where our plan is, where we might need to make adjustments and how to make up the difference. Because we are, and will continue to hopefully be self-insured. Because when we did comparables, it was a gigantic difference to go from self-funding to. So we're hoping we can maintain that.
and then will we get another presentation once you know what the plans?
I think it's November we present again. October.
October?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I got. Thank you, Darcy.
Yes.
So that comes in October?
We present to you guys in October again for all the changes we will be making. That will take effect in January.
Okay, so we'll be putting that on the agenda for October.
Yes.
Okay, no other questions, comments, discussion? Okay, thank you very much, ladies. We
Thank you.
appreciate your time and your work. Number 8, pavement maintenance project contract approval. Discussion for possible action. You guys are right on. Thank you.
Trustees, Scott McCullough, Douglas County. Every year, we budget $100,000 for pavement maintenance on district properties. This year, we identified a portion of the work. It was publicly bid. We received 2 bids, and we were recommending approval to West Coast Paving for $87,000. They've been successful winning this bid for the last 3 years. They do an exceptional job for us. As part of the action, we're also requesting authorization to spend the entire $100,000, which was budgeted, which allows us to increase the scope and get more done so we don't have to do it next year. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Phil to discuss the scope of the work.
Phil Demus for the record. The scope will be Douglas High School, the main lane where the main handicap parking is, all the way through to the southern part of the parking lot where they exit, So that whole pathway is gonna be 230 by 30 feet and 30 feet by 270 feet. So we get 600 feet by 30 feet, 15,000 square feet. And then the other job will be the district office, just crack fill and slurry of the whole parking lot. And everything will get remarked and paved and striped.
Any questions? Any questions or comments?
I'll make a
Trustee
motion.
Gilkerson?
No, I was just gonna make.
I just had a quick question.
We might as well move around to 9 to 2 instead of
We
doing.
have to make the motion separate. You can't.
Yeah.
I just, tell me again what's included in the paving. Are they pulling up the old stuff, and putting down new?
Yeah, there's 15,000, we're gonna mill and fill in the Douglas High parking lot that is severely deteriorated. So that's the big cost here, and then this is slurry over at the district office.
I did my math right, $67 a foot, is that right? Or 6.6, 6.7. I was just doing it in my head. Yeah, did they give you a square foot price or you just got the total? rate?
It's lump sum.
Yeah.
But we do have it broken out on that, the bid tab, or the bid result in there breaks out the two district office and the high school portion, so we could get you the square foot for the mill and fill for DHS.
Yeah, I mean, I assume these are all prevailing wage contracts like everything here.
It's not, that's why we
Oh, it's
budget
not.
only 100,000, so we don't have the prevailing wage requirement. So we can get a little more value for our paving dollar.
So what are we getting a square foot for this?
I don't have that number right in front of me.
But you said it's 15,000
15,000 square feet.
for $100,000.
No. You're approving a bid for 87,000, that includes the district office
Okay.
and the DHS, so it's combined in a lump sum.
Okay, all
But
right.
the information is available on the bid where we have a bid section for both. But
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. I make a recommendation that we award the bid for the Douglas County School District Pavement Maintenance Project to West Coast Paving in the amount of $87,000 and to authorize the superintendent to approve recommended change order increases that would increase the scope of pavement maintenance to not exceed the full budgeted amount of $100,000 as recommended by Director of Facilities Phil Demas and Project Manager Scott McCullough.
Second.
Any last discussion? Okay, before we vote on that, do we want to just move on and let them handle this next one too?
No, we have to vote on
We have
this.
to vote on it.
Yes, we do.
All right,
So we'll just go ahead. and
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Pass unanimous? Okay, you guys get to go again. Okay, right. This is the roofing maintenance project contract approval, discussion and for possible action.
again, this is their annual maintenance project that we budget. This one exceeded 100,000, so we had 175,000 budgeted for this project. And this pretty much is a roof maintenance, but I'll have Phil explain last year with a lot of repairs to the roofs and the downspouts. This portion of the work will take that storm water from the downspouts and take it into the storm drainage system. Right now, we have issues where that storm drain water gets on the pavement, freezes, and a hazard to students. This will deal with all those areas at the two schools, GES and Carson Valley Middle School. So let Phil kind of talk about the scope, but again, it was publicly bid. It exceeded 100,000, so this is a prevailing wage project. And we only received one bid for it, Coons Construction. We just come off another project for me, but it did an excellent job. So we're confident of the performance of the project.
Okay, and it is Carson Valley Middle School and GES that we're doing the underground work. So we'll be putting in new piping, 2 storm drains and take all the downspout water off the roof. And GES, the basketball area and the playground, since I've been here, flood every year, and then they ice over, so the kids can't even go outside to play in that school. And there's a lot of bad areas at CBMS, so this is the best job we could do for the money. And then the other projects at Pavement and Scarcelli, we're just moving sprinklers, and a lot of the sprinklers are hitting the block work and deteriorating the block, so just making improvements there.
Now I finally see it, it's on the back. Look bid.
I get 423 on the paving. I thought it was good that they have two. Yep. So that's reasonable.
Okay, just because I don't know, but you mentioned moving sprinklers that are hitting block work. I'm not sure what you mean by block work. Could you explain that?
Just the concrete wall, all our buildings are blocked.
Okay.
It's decorative block on the outside.
Mhm.
And for years, they've been hitting in certain areas and eroding outside the building.
Thank you. I hate when that happens. Thank you.
Any roads in it also looks horrible. The
And
bottom.
yeah, for us, it's good.
This is the quota, any quota on that?
The agenda was posted prior to this job being bid, and so we didn't have the cost yet. So you will have to put that in your motion when you make it.
I'm not seeing it.
Susan has it. Dave.
Okay, Mrs. Dwyer, what did you say, what you want in a motion on this?
You need to make sure you include the bid amount, like you do in your other motion. So if you look at the motion above, in the recommendation, for item number 8, you would include the amount in this recommendation.
Are we done discussion on this? Before I move on? Okay, go ahead. Trustee Joseph.
Thank you. It's recommended that the board award the bid for DCSD roofing maintenance project in the amount of $168,995 to Coons Construction LLC. And authorize the superintendent to approve change orders up to 10% of the contract amount as recommended by the Director of Facilities, Phil Demas, and Project Manager Scott McCullough.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second by Trustee Kangas. Any further questions or discussion? Okay, we're gonna take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, pass unanimous. Okay. Item 10, annual renewal of district property and casualty liability insurance. Discussion and for possible action. So there we got somebody there. If you could state your names and company, please.
You just muted yourself. It's supposed to be on.
Thank you, President Burns. For the record, Brandon Lewis with USI Insurance Services.
Wayne Carlson with Nevada Public Agency Insurance Pool.
Thank you, President Burns. Brandon Lewis with USI Insurance. We have the privilege of working with the district for your property and casualty and excess workers' comp insurance programs. So in this item, we've included our proposal as well as a copy of the more detailed proposal from the pool, which provides your property and casualty and other coverage. After several years in the insurance markets have been very challenging. This year, the pool did an exceptional job. They start very early and negotiate directly with underwriters, including over in London. And they obtained a very favorable renewal for the membership. You can see in our proposal, USI proposal on page 4, the premium increase from year to year with the pool is just about 4.6%. And that's mainly reflective of exposures, building construction costs going up about that same percentage, and also payroll, which is one of the many rating factors going up. So by and large, it was nearly a flat rate renewal, which after several years of insurance prices going up and challenges throughout, it was very favorable. We also provided through USI a renewal for your excess workers' comp insurance, since the district is self-insured for that. Nevada statute requires that you maintain excess insurance, so this is meant to meet that requirement and provide catastrophic cover for the district. And that premium went down a bit because the estimated payroll went down, so the rate was pretty stable there. And finally, there's a self-insured workers' comp bond, which is one option and the district uses to meet a security requirement for the state of Nevada for your program. Be happy to answer any questions, and Mr. Carlson's on hand as well, representing the pool if there are any questions on that.
Any trustee can have a question for them.
Hi, Brandon. Thank you for being here. When you say the estimated payroll went down, can you expand on that a little bit?
Certainly, Trustee Gilkerson. For workers' comp in Nevada, it's rated on what we call capped payroll, and they only charge you a premium against the first $36,000 that any employee makes in a given year. So the estimated payroll from the district trended down just a bit, and it's down about 6%. So your overall gross payroll can actually trend up with benefits and everything else, and retirement, all those kind of things in payroll. But because the workers' comp only rates on the first 36,000, that cap per employee, that can trend down, and it did in this case based on the numbers.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Are you seeing based on the numbers, number of people, employees?
Basically, President Burns, yes, but it's based on the estimate that we received from the district for the next fiscal year.
Okay. All right, that makes sense. Anyone else? Any questions? Okay. Do we have a motion?
I can make a motion.
Go ahead, Trustee Gilkerson.
Thank you. I recommend that to direct staff to renew the district's property and casualty liability coverage through the Nevada Public Agency Insurance Pool, NPAIP, for the period of July 1st, 2024 through July 21st, 2025, as presented. Funding for the insurance premium is through the general fund. Second.
Okay, we have a motion. Trustee Gilkerson, second, Trustee Wagstaff. Any final questions, comments? Okay, take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Okay. Number 11 is the search process for superintendent. discussion and for possible action, presentation of the application and individual screening tools for the superintendent position to the board and the public. Board trustees will discuss their individual screening results and will select which candidates will be brought forward for interviews. Trustees will select the date and time superintendent candidate interviews will be conducted. Trustees will discuss how they will obtain stakeholder feedback.
Mr. Burns?
Go ahead.
I would like to move that before we begin the discussion, we make a decision to not accept a total score of anything less than a 90% overall.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what
Yeah,
you said.
can I just make a comment?
All right, hold on a minute. Go ahead.
I don't see how you can do that because we all rate in our own ways.
We did, but overall, there would be a score, a total score.
Right.
Wouldn't there be?
Like, my wife gives everything 10s. I give everything no higher than 8 because I always want to leave room for improvement. So picking a random number like 90%.
It was just a number because when, we talk about kids passing school, we'd like to see 90% or higher than 60% or higher.
Right, well, we haven't
That's-
established criteria for that.
I know, that's why I was trying to make that.
I just don't see it happening, but
Any other comments? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's not an objective criteria here. This was a subjective one. Therefore, that you have to have a little bit more room because everybody's doing it their own way.
Well, I can amend it to say that instead of a 90%, we have, an 80 or an 85.
The only thing.
I just, my concern, here's
Yeah,
my
sure.
concern, is that last time we did this, we brought someone before the board that scored in the low 60s, right? Overall, his score was in the low 60s. And that is unacceptable for our kids and for our district. So if we, like Catherine said at the last meeting, if we want kids to pass high school with better than D's or C's, then we should give them an example of better than D's or C's. That's why I brought this forward.
Yeah, that's just touchy one because I'm not gonna make any comment. Did you have something?
I mean, I would like to see higher than D's, but that's what is required across Nevada is you can pass, a student gets a diploma with straight D's, that's fine. I see a problem with that already, I mean, just in general, so.
And I agree with that, but if we want our kids to be better, we should show them better. And so if none of the candidates that we score that high, then we go back to the table. We go back and we say, okay, you know what, this didn't work. Then we hire a firm or we hire Jeannie or we whatever, because we've seen what's out there.
Yeah, I've seen all the scoring. And I have to agree with trustee Engelkirk. Everybody is different in the way they do that. And I think, yeah, and we have to respect each other in that way. Because if I remember right, we had, when we had a meeting, we were discussing that in preparation for the agenda. And Linda was talking about that as well. I think what we need to do is look at it. We need to make the discussion, the interviews is going to make a point. I think we should just stick to the top 3, no matter where they're at. And if we look at it and says, they're too low, then they're out. They're not going to get voted in.
So we're saying that we're gonna accept somebody that has an overall
I
score of
didn't
like,
say that, because we still have to vote on that final person.
well, that's why I'm saying if we have an overall,
But
if
we-
they have an overall score of 65%, and that's the highest we have, is that acceptable? Do we want to invite someone like that to interview?
Well, Carrie, you have something.
Because of the lower percentages and points and the wide range of, things like, I've got an 89 for one where you've got a 33% for that same person. That's part of the problem with us doing this, but do we need to bring 3 forward? I would say if we're gonna move forward with this, 2 are plenty. You don't think so? Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
She was.
Yes.
I'd like to have a meeting. Jeannie, do you know the rank of these applicants?
Turn your mic on, Mike.
Have these been scored so that you know the rank of them, so that we can start talking about that?
So you motioned at the last meeting to pick the top 3. The problem prior, the last search, the problem was you didn't discuss your screeners publicly. This is your opportunity to discuss your screeners publicly. You may change how you scored based on some input somebody else said. You have that right. So you can look at your screeners publicly, discuss them right now, discuss agree on who your top 3 are, and then agree. Then you can motion on how you want to move forward. So I think right now you should be discussing your screeners and who your top 3 candidates are.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mrs. Dwyer. I agree with you on the fact that we need to have a process here right now. We're going to talk about these, how we're going to do that in the most concise, easiest way so that the public can hear why we scored the way we did. I do not agree that we should be allowed to change our screen. I think what's here has to stay and that we go by this. It's not, we're not here to try to change each other's minds or to, rah-rah someone that we like the best. I just think we need to explain why I may have scored someone, I'll use myself, why I scored someone a 37 and somebody else a 78. I think I owe it to the public to know why I did that. I think that's why it's supposed to be open and transparent. And I think we should be ready here to maybe take one at a time, is my suggestion. We take whoever first, don't care. We can go by alphabetical order and take Mr. Alvarado first, go around the horn, tell what our score was, why we scored him that way, why you thought this person was a 98 or a 44 or in between. And then to tell the public where we're coming from with that. That is just my suggestion, that we do it that way. And, we all just talk like a minute. I mean, we don't have to go on and on, but just to move it along here. Thank you.
Okay.
I think this is what this item was designed to do, is for us to give our opinion of why we put those groups in. I'm prepared to do that.
I agree. So you're talking basically top, you're gonna start with why you scored the one the top highest?
Well, we just each candidate can go, and then we can go.
Each candidate at a time will go around.
Yeah, we can start off with that, with the white Alvarado, the first one. We all talk about that, not our top, but whatever one we have.
Let's go for your mic. I apologize, Chiefers. I know how to turn that on. Yeah, I think we should just take one at a time, go around the list and just justify why we gave somebody a high score or a low score. And so that you can hear where we're coming from and try to get an understanding of how we scored. Yeah, that's all. And then we'll go from there. But I think we owe the public that much. Thank you.
Dave? Go ahead. I'll start this off, and I'll just say the three highest I rated were Alvarado.
We're gonna just talk about one at a time, I think. We're just gonna
Well, I
talk.
was just gonna be done with my comments.
Yeah, no. Be more organized if we all talked about Mr. Alvarado at the same time.
All right, I rated Mr. Alvarado as my second highest, and it was based on his experience as a superintendent. And a lot of the candidates, there's a lot of information there. But basically my top three were because of their experience in administration on a superintendent level. That's why I like Mr. Alvarado.
So what I liked about Mr. Alvarado was that he had lots of different kinds of leadership experience, associate superintendent, superintendent, HR. And I thought his application was very detailed and he had good recommendations.
Catherine?
Yes, I like for Mr. Alvarado that he had superintendent experience. I felt that he was pretty multifaceted in a lot of the things that he does. Seems like he works very, very well with others. It really design and delivers training in the area of mental health for parents and district staff. We seem to have a problem with that in with our children today, and there's a little bit about that throughout this. Has a master's in education. I just thought he presented as somebody that I think would do a good job. Thank you.
Thank you. I scored Mr. Alvarado a 75. He was not my top, but he was closer to the top. I liked that he had also he had some superintendent experience. My concern was that he came from a small district with only 300 kids, which is like the size of one of our elementary schools. So that was just a little bit why I didn't score him as high, possibly. I don't think he's had very many years in HR as well. His letters of recommendation, he had 2 current and 2 old. On the survey sheet that we get, he scored a 92.5, not the highest, but acceptable. What else? I also had that he was, he didn't have many years, but he was strong. He knew he was the chief negotiator for his district. He hires and fires, and he had some budget, not as much as I would have liked, but he did have some budget. Thank you.
So I scored, is that on? I scored Mr. Alvarado at a 44% because he stated that he has superintendent experience, but he was never the superintendent. He was the HR director, which is good, but not the best. I think if we want someone to take the place of Keith Lewis and especially Jeannie, then we need someone who is already doing what it is that we're asking them to do. And that's why I scored him that way.
Okay, Mr. Alvarado was my second highest score at 83%, and the reasons for that were his 18 years of service, 10 and a half of those in leadership, master's in education, long list of PD, 8.5 years as administrator, 1 year as an assistant superintendent in HR, 4 years of HR, which generally prepares you somewhat for your superintendent position. And this is going to be a common theme in my top picks. And he applied for superintendent only. There's a lot of these people that applied for several jobs, and I didn't feel they were dedicated to wanting to be our superintendent. So he also had a very comprehensive application, which I liked. Rural district experience, similar size, and a larger district, I think, early on in his career. And 5 letters of recommendation and professional references, a couple from superintendents and a couple from principals. So he scored high from the criteria I was looking for.
Mr. Alvarado scored the highest for me. And I do definitely agree with you, Kerry, that he is extremely detailed and his information in there. But he was also in some of the other schools. He even started out in California with the Covina High School and Bonita Unified in California student teaching. And then he went on from there, went back and moved forward. Sequoia Union High School District. But the things that he includes the curriculum development. Now, he isn't necessarily going to do that when he's a superintendent, but it's crucial that a superintendent knows what's going on with that. So he has that background, master program, schedule, calendar. So a lot of things that I see as a superintendent that he has done, behavior management and everything. Not necessarily he's going to do it, but he has to have the right people to do it. And so to oversee that, participates in the negotiation process. Negotiation team prepares the district proposals, draft contract language, coordination of staff and meeting time. District Title IX officer and coordinates the affirmative action plan 21. I can keep going. I went through and just highlighted two different ways to cover what he was actually covering and what is his experiences. He's not in one place, but that I think is a good thing. He was also in Mammoth. He was down there in Mammoth, and that's where he stepped up to even more things that he was essential duties and responsibilities that he had for the districts. Budgeting for and hiring of district personnel based on assessments, enrollments, and staffing needs. I think he's well-rounded. I would like to see that he has a little more as far as actual superintendent. But the things that he talks about in here, and I can't remember which school, but it's almost like the superintendent didn't do anything. He was doing everything for it. Now, I'm just saying he's aggressive. He wanted to get out there and do it. So anyway, that's the reason why I scored him the highest. I'm gonna say one other thing, and you heard this last time with me, but I think he's Hispanic, and I think 25% of our Hispanics here. I think maybe he would have some kind of could develop program, or at least the kids would see him in a different light. Hopefully we get better grades and better commitment from the kids wanting to progress. That's just an observation that I'm hoping for, not to see it as a factor of it, just another thought of it. So we go to the next one. Hughes, Bethany Hughes. We're going to do alphabetical last name, which is Bethany Hughes. Why don't you start that, Terry? Thank you.
So, Ms. Hughes scored, it looks like she was about in fourth place for me with only a 57%. She had 8 years of leadership, 20 years of service. Again, a little lower end on the service as was Alvarado, but she has a master's in special ed, and I found this application be a little low on content. There were no letters of recommendation in there whatsoever. And here it comes. She was applying for 6 positions, not just superintendent, but about anything that we had open. She did have 8.5 years as a director and in rural districts in Tennessee, smaller size, I believe, than ours. Overall, I didn't find she was a good fit for our district.
Okay. Yvonne?
I really should have taken notes when I was doing this. I had to read that through and go, wait, why did I score them? Yes, I remember. So I was again unimpressed. I scored her at a 27% in her, if I remember correctly, in her application and description of stuff. I never saw anything about anything dealing with the budget, anything dealing with financial stuff. Maybe I missed it, but I don't think I did. That's concerning given that our budget is such a hot topic within our district. I was a little concerned that she did not have any letters of recommendation as well.
Okay, Linda?
I did not, I scored her, I don't know what rank she was in, but she wasn't one of the tops. Her application did not wow me at all. I don't need to keep repeating, but the letters weren't there. Fiscal responsibility, although she was on the ESSER, but I don't know that she had many other things. I'm sure she did some evaluations with that. Yeah, I just, and again, she applied for everything. She is moving here with her husband. It's to Dayton. So I think she's looking for a job. And I don't feel, not that maybe one of the other jobs she applied for might be a better fit, but I don't think this one was. Thank you.
Yeah, yes, for Ms. Hughes, no prior superintendent experience. Yeah, I agree, applying for way too many things. Mainly had special ed experience. I felt it was just an incomplete application in general. There wasn't a lot going on here. I didn't score her very high at all. She was one of my lower ones. Thank you.
Yeah, for a lot of the reasons listed, it was not one of my top choices. When they're applying for multiple positions, I kind of disregarded it in general, and lack of experience in other things, and just stuff didn't jump out at me. So she wasn't one of my top choices.
Well, I agree with things that everybody else said. She did, there was low on content as far as recommendations and just information about her. Again, she applied for 6 positions. I didn't really see any kind of administrative, financial, HR kind of position. To me, has a master's in special ed. She's a special ed person. Well, we already have 2 really good special ed people. So I don't think we need a special ed person. That's just my opinion. I rated her, I think, 4th.
Okay. She has some supervise and administer all district programs for children with disabilities under the Individuals with Disability Education Act. That's good to know those things, but if that's where your time is put into and you do not have higher qualifications towards superintendent, I struggled with that. I scored her at about, I think it was fourth. And just because of her, some background is good. But there were some things I just feel that she would be too weak, is what she knows and what she can do. And I don't think we need that, so. Okay, we will start with Susan. Are you ready to start the next one? And that'll be Brent Judy.
I had him to 64%. He applied for all 3 positions, superintendent, HR, and Paolo principal. Again, he didn't have a lot of recommendations that really apply to anything but being a math teacher. He didn't really have administrative, financial, or HR experience. So again, he could be like a head of the math department. Maybe I think he was a assistant principal, so maybe he could be a principal, but definitely not. He, to me, didn't seem like he was prepared yet to be a superintendent.
Okay, Doug?
Nothing jumped out on me and just didn't seem like he had the experience, so he was on my lower rankings.
So, well, never was a super, applied for way too many things. Seemed more like math was his thing. Just didn't seem to be, for me, a candidate that I could get behind. Thank you.
Sometimes you get called, I'm sorry, go ahead, Linda. What are you looking?
I'll go next.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like he applied for everything as well. I think he's looking for a job. He coming from a small school. He did not answer one of the statement questions that we asked. So again, I wasn't wowed by this application. He had his, from the surveys, there was 86.6% when you looked at the surveys that were sent out. And also his letters of recommendation were as current. There was one, but I didn't see one from 2024. But that's, I don't know if there wasn't any more. I didn't find them. Look real quick, I'm sorry. Apologize. Oh, here was some more. Yeah, there was another one. But there were some letters in here from 2019 too. And that to me is not superintendent material. Thank you.
I scored him a 30% because of all the reasons that Susan stated. I 100% agree with what she stated, and that's exactly what I would have said.
Carrie?
Mr. Judy came in second to last for me at 53%. He does have 19 years of service, 7 of those years in leadership, but he did apply for 4 positions, my count. Does have a master's in education, but coming out of, school of approximately 400 students. No experience on the upper end besides the 7 years as a vice principal. So unfortunately, that's why he got low score for me.
Yeah, he did with me too. He scored second from last. And I'm looking at the qualifications that we're looking for. He was in Washoe, and when you're in a big district like that, how come you didn't move up? So I have some questions, that concern me on that. So I just don't see that it's a fit for here. And I agree with some of the things that were said. So we have Tony. Somebody want to pronounce that?
Minor ding.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay,
The way he told me was it's not a major ding, it's a minor ding. That's how you say it. That's how I remember
That's how I
it.
remember it.
thank you. I'll remember that. And Dave. Okay, we'll start back with you, Karen. Thank you.
Mr. Minor Ding, actually came in last for me at 50%. I found it a little bit hard to follow and fairly low on content on some of his early years. He did have 10 years of leadership on his application, but it looked like there might have been more in the body of it. But I was having trouble with it. Had a master's in history and a bachelor's in education, but he also applied for 3 positions. He had 3 letters of reference, so he was on the lower end of the type of things that his last up to 10 years, I think, was all in, like, it appeared to me, alternative types of education. So I just didn't think he would be a good fit in Douglas County.
I agree with that. Another concern that I had is that he hasn't worked since October of last year. Why? What was the cause? We don't know. And it's really hard to understand the scope of exactly what he did at some of the schools that he did. It was not very clear, I thought.
I agree. He's currently unemployed, but he also had a gap from 2018, 2019. That always raises a red flag for me. Also, he was involved, like Mr. Kanga said, about alternative ed. There was one school he mentioned. And when I looked that school up, and I know it was a while ago, they actually owe the state of Ohio a lot of money. It said they went under. And that's not his doing, I'm sure, but it's still, he applied for many positions. Once again, I feel like he's looking for a job. Also, when I looked up when he was superintendent, the dates I saw, I know you don't like to hear this, but there was an article and I read it and it was a nice article, but the date that it was referring to was different than the dates he had put on his application of when he was superintendent in Ohio. So that kind of raised a red flag. He also had only two surveys that he provided, and one of them was kind of all over the place. What else? I guess the big concern is, yes, he's currently not working. There's a gap. And also, I don't know how well we all know how education is in another country like Abu Dhabi or wherever, but it's different than here. I think we're comparing apples and oranges when we talk about his experience in another country. The people that go to those schools are usually very wealthy. They pay $50,000 a year to attend. Some of them live there. I'm not sure he had free reign of being able to be a director and hire and fire and do the budgets and all those things. I think some of those things are preordained, and that's why I scored him the lowest. Thank you.
Yeah, I echo that. Applying for way too many things. A lot of his most of it was out of country. Don't know how that is done. Ohio was completely missing any kind of exacts about any of that. So I just didn't feel he was a good fit for the district. Thank you.
I rated him as my 3rd highest. Just I like the many different experiences that he'd been through in the different schools, the different countries he worked at. I appreciated that. It wasn't my best choice, but I gave him credit for that.
In listening to everybody and what you have to say, I think I rated him too high, and I probably wouldn't choose him for the top 3 now. But I thought it was really fascinating that he taught in all these different countries, which would give him a worldly perspective. But there were only 3 letters of recommendation, not good surveys. He said there's 10 years of leadership, but there's not a lot of detail. And again, he hasn't worked since 2023, just looking for a job. So I would go back and I would change my rating on him, because I think I don't know, I just thought that the whole China, Kuwait, and then Ohio, but I really wanted more information from Ohio. If he would have had a really good resume from Ohio, then going over to the overseas, I think that would have helped, but I wouldn't put him in my top 3 now.
Okay. He did not by far get up to the top. He's pretty close right there with the 3rd position. Anyway, his experiences, his accomplishments that I've read here, like superintendent grade, and that was in an international school in China for 2 years, and his growth and the things that he did to create where they were having struggling schools, like growth from 46 to over 300 in 1 year. So there's some things in there that, and one of the first thing I wanted to know was, does he know more languages than English? And the answer was no. He did not know other, so he was there for English. He was there for these countries to learn English, to work with us. So he might have a view that would be different than anybody else of how we could help kids even here to tie in. So not my first choice. I liked his experience. I just wished he would have given more details, personal details of how he operates and stuff. So like him, but I would like to see more improvements on ideas and things. So, okay, the next one in order is Mr. Peters. And we're going to start with Susan.
Mr. Peters is a nice man. He has a great wife and daughter that are wonderful. And I know he was 30 years at the high school in Lyon County, but Mr. Peters verbally attacked the new board members at multiple meetings, and it seemed like he wouldn't want to work with us. So he told me what a big fan he was of EPIC and Modern Teacher. And then the other thing I'm concerned about is NRS 281.210, officers of the state political subdivision and Nevada system of higher education prohibited from employing relatives. So I just think that even though it's a wonderful family, to have 3 people from one family in the district, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of nepotism in the district as it is. That's just my opinion.
Go ahead, Gary.
All right. Interestingly enough, Mr. Peters was my top pick. By far, 30 years of service, 31 from what I heard tonight, but 22 years of those in leadership positions. Masters in educational leadership, tons of PD. Applied for superintendent only, comprehensive application, hometown DHS grad, still has larger district experience, but still rural experience. 6 letters of reference, which I think was the top, and then 10 professional references. So as was stated earlier, superintendents, deputy superintendents, county commissioners, Nevada superintendents, Nevada deputy superintendents, former board members, transportation directors, and the list goes on. To me, he knows our state. He has the leadership beyond anything sitting in front of me. And that's why I rated him as number one at 89%. Thank you.
Yvonne?
So I liked Mr. Peters. I liked his references, all of that. My concern, yes, he is from the area. He knows the area, which I think could be a really big asset. But he doesn't have any superintendent experience. And that's a concern that I have, because I feel very strongly that we need someone who has experience, because our board is the way that it is. We're divided, and that's, it's not good. It's not great. But we need someone who can step in, and he may step in and do a phenomenal job at doing that, but that's why I rated him at 48.
Thank you. He was my number one. The reason being is application was absolutely off the charts complete. It was really well done, well written. The answers were great. I'm going to share one with you. He's from here. He knows here. Graduated from here. His references were off the chart. I liked, he's had budgeting, human resource, recruitment, hiring, retention, data work as a principal. He's had HR budgets. I may have repeated myself, sorry. He knows Title I. But I like, one of the things I wanted to share is I did like his answer about technology. I read, there was a lot of them, and some of the answers were, yeah, it's the future, and I agree. But I liked his approach was, well, technology can be a great tool for educators and students. Nothing can ever replace the power of human connection. And I think that speaks to who Mr. Peters is. He is when you read his letters, you know that he's a hands-on, in the schools, making things happen. Yes, he got real passionate here at our board meetings, and I think we all have at times. Some things that we're not proud of, myself included. But I think we need to, what we're looking for is the best superintendent who has the skills that can come in and take over. Thank you.
Catherine?
Yes, my concern was the lawfulness of having his wife as being Miss Leslie underneath him in close proximity. I didn't know if that was how lawful that is. But a concern also is that, yes, we do have a divided board. And I think that based on, and I get that no one's perfect, but the way that those meetings came down, you've got to be able to work with the whole board, not just some of the board. And the bottom line is that he's our only employee, and we have to be able to work together as a whole. There's enough division, and that was a concern of mine. Thank you.
Are you ready, Doug?
Yeah, I wanted to go later because I noticed some of you rated him at your top, and I was trying to figure out why, because, well, I didn't realize this is the man who's spoken here at the board. I must have not made the connection. I don't remember what happened then, but I just was curious what you guys saw. And for me, the main reason he was kind of in the middle of my group was because of lack of superintendent experience. So that's why I rated him how I did.
Okay. A couple of things. One, no superintendent experience at all, no assistant superintendent, and he's not been in HR. The highest he's been is a principal. And also when you're in one location, sometimes you only have the perspective of one place because you've been there all your years. So that concerns me. I'd rather see more rounded experiences in different locations to learn the bad
drop the bad things and pick up good things as you do that. But you know how I am about regulations and trying to follow the Robert's rules and NRS and everything. NRS, and I read it, 281.210. And I really wanted to know for sure that I was reading that correctly. I made contact. There's always a deputy attorney general on call at the office. And that's how you sometimes get answers out of things. If you're not clear on something, you call them, you talk to them, and they give you the answers. And I explained in detail exactly what situation we have. And he said, that is not permitted. He says, the only way that it would be permitted, and it says in 281.210, is the board would have, if they have one person, it could be, okay, let me back up. You cannot have anyone 3 lines of blood out. In other words, your first cousin, your second cousin, your third cousin cannot, but your fourth cousin can. So that's the way it lays it out. It has to go with 3 out. And if you have somebody, for instance, if you're not married and they've been living together, that person cannot work as well. So there's guidelines there. But the thing that NRS says clearly is if you have one person that is employed at the same place, then you can present it to the board. The board has to vote unanimous, 7, in our case, 7-0, for him to do that. But that's not the finish of it. It has to then go to the state education board in order for them to finally approve it. In this situation, we have 2. We have a daughter and a wife. And we can all sit here and agree and say, hey, he's the best one for it. But the fact is, somebody will file against that and they won't be able to. They'll have to leave. And I just don't want to do that to anybody. I can pretty much work with anybody if they'll work with me. So it's nothing to do with that. It's just, we have to follow the regulations. And Jeannie and I discussed this earlier, and she said, didn't you say I've never seen this one? And
it happens all the time. We have principals that work for us that have spouses as teachers. And so I have asked Kendra to look into it as our legal counsel.
yeah,
And do we have an answer, or is she looking into it now?
She's looking at it.
Now? Okay, well, let us know. Oh, okay. Maybe when we go through this last one.
yeah. So that's my position on it. And, but no experience as a superintendent, HR, highest as a principal. So that's why I didn't score mine. So last one is Louise Simpson. And are you ready for that one, Doug? I start with that. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, Ms. Simpson. She ended up 3rd on my list at 78%. She had 14 years of service in education, 6 of those in leadership, masters in special education. She had a corporate career before her educational career, which accounts for experience too. But she did have 6 years of superintendent and assistant superintendent experience. She only applied for superintendent. Small district experience. I found this to be somewhat small in content, but very well done as far as the application is concerned. Her superintendent experience was at rather small schools. So one was 400 students and the other one was 590 students. So that's why she came in 3rd.
I ranked her 62% because she, like Carrie said, only comes from small school districts, and you know, the number of students that she has in her whole school district is about the size of one of our schools. And that's good for small, but we're obviously not as big as Clark County or Washoe County. But we are up there, and we definitely have more than, 400 or 500 students. So my concerns lie with the ability to handle the added pressure that comes with that job, and also the budget. Because in a small school district, you're dealing with a lot smaller funds and not the diversity that we are faced with.
I ranked her my third highest. Her application was well done. You can tell she's a very thoughtful, smart woman. She is retiring, so I wonder, I just wonder about that she's retiring. She did only apply for superintendent. As Carrie mentioned, she had a corporate career and then she went into education. And I'm not so concerned about how many kids, but if you look at the number of teachers and employees that she's been over, it's really small. To go from 28 teachers to, I'm not sure how many we have, but there's a lot more than 28. And her entire staff was 43. And in her previous school, she had 37 teachers and 43 staff. So that was my biggest drawback for Ms. Simpson, is that she has not worked with, she's not led a school district and employees and the numbers that we have. I think with her being the superintendent, I'm sure she's had some fiscal responsibility, of course, and policy regulation, but I know she comes from California, so I don't know. I know federal would be the same, but state regulations would be different. And so that was my concern, I guess, from her to Mr. Peterson. He knows the Nevada laws. Ms. Simpson is not familiar with those that I know of. Anyways, and that's why I scored her the way I scored her. Thank you.
So I believe, well, she's been a superintendent for 3 years. And she does have a master's, credential in administration. So, that's a good thing. I don't know that being from a small school is a bad thing. I think bringing some of that intimacy to a larger district might be a positive thing. One thing I really like that she did, and it proved to be very fruitful, is getting rid of cell phones with students. And they, as it says here, at my current district, staff made a decision to remove student and staff cell phones from the learning environment through a pouching system that was transformative, where student interaction and engagement, even at lunch breaks, the students do not have the devices. We have seen a byproduct of deeper friendships, attention, compassion, along with far less school cyberbullying. And I think that's something we deal with heavily. But anyway, she was a super for 3 years, and she applied for that only. Thank you.
I think I rated her just slightly above my second highest, so she was my highest candidate. And I did like her experience as superintendent. I know it was a smaller school, but I also liked her list of accomplishments and things that she did to bring money into her district. And so she just, overall, she impressed me the most.
I liked her. I think I made her second or third. The things that I liked the best about her is that she had the superintendent experience and, 6 years of leadership, 14 years in education, and having a corporate background gives you a nice wide view of things. Your whole life's in education, that's good too, but if you have different worldviews, I think sometimes that's helpful. I like it that she got grants for her district. to bring in some more money. She only applied for superintendent. I liked her letters of recommendation. I like the way she wrote her application. And for me, the number one thing was that she got rid of cell phones in the school for students and staff, because that was always a thing for me. And I believe Mr. Rex has been doing it this year and it's going really well. So kudos to Mr. Rex.
Okay, she ranked third with me, very close to second. And the reason why is definitely her background and experience. But there's one thing, because I wanted to know why are you retiring? This kind of answer, retiring for California system, seeking out of state opportunity. She was out of California. That's along with a lot. But she is very detailed. She has great background experience. If I was the weak part, would be smaller schools. But she's in the top three to me, so. But I was listening and heard that. But one of the things on all of these that hit me was the number of positions that were applying for. Gary, I didn't even think of that.
It helped me a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense.
Dave, I just want you guys to know, I went through and I totaled up each of our scores divided by 7. And the scoring came out Alvarado at 234, Simpson at 211, and Peters at 182 were the top 3. So I think if we're going to consider discussing, I think those top 3 should probably be the 3 we discuss for moving forward with, if we decide to move forward. Does that make sense to anybody?
Yvonne, I calculated the percentages on those. I have the same. I scored them all and divided them, and Alvarado was 91%, Simpson was 82%, and Peters was 70%.
And Jeannie was 100.
I can go along with that synopsis, because again, there are a lot of common themes there. That is, they applied for one position. They all ranked, not necessarily all of our top 3, but several of us have had all 3 of those as their top picks. And they, screener is talking.
I just wanted to say that, yeah, I think we're gonna need to move forward with the top 3, like we said. But I also agree, or I want us to just put in the back of our mind, we interview the top 3, but we have to be honest with ourselves. I mean, I don't want to feel like we're desperate to hire somebody. Yes, we do need to move forward. I totally agree. I've had people reach out to me and say, yes, can we please try to move forward with this? And I want to, okay? But I don't want to accept. I just want to make a promise to myself that I don't want to just accept a 60%. And we didn't have that. I'm just saying, at the end of the day, if and when we do interview, that we are truly honest, that we look and say, hey, maybe we do have the best person here in front of us. We talked about that. Doug talked about it. We've all mentioned it, that I think Jeannie Dwyer is our number 1. If she would have thrown her hat in, I think she would have rose to the top. I just would like us to keep that in mind. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Yeah, the only thing that we have to do is, in concern, we can take the top 3. But we do have to have clarifications with the Attorney General on that NRS. I talked to the Deputy Attorney General, so I know what he said, but we do need a final on that. Is that we don't want to choose him and then turn around and have to remove him. That would just. So it's kind of legal counsel. to confirm with them? Can Kendra do that? And yeah, I think, you know, we do need to clarify that and then go on that. We can choose, we can say the three, but we do need to know that we are correct or not.
Okay, and I think that's fair. Also, something that didn't get said here that I think was important for me is that on Ms. Simpson, she actually said in her letter, I understand from press coverage, there's been a discord in relationships in the district, and I believe my strong communication, consensus, skill, and transparency may provide an ability to reset culture and bring the focus back to students and learning. And I have to say, that meant a lot to me, that she knows what's going on here, right? She's not under any, under any false pretense. So I just thought that meant a lot. We know Mr. Peters knows what's going on here. I don't know if Mr. Alvarado does, but I'm just saying, I take that into consideration as well. I think
She scored as high as what she did with me because I
thought
that
saying that was
particular
important.
statement was very important.
I did too, but it just wasn't mentioned. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to make reference to the fact that not one thing has not been passed that would help students. We are very mindful of budgets, construction projects, and anything else that comes our way. That's a non-issue. We very effectively take care of those things. This is other stuff. It has nothing to do, the students are being addressed. I just want to make reference to that. It's important.
Interview last time changed my mind on things. One in particular I can think of, I'm going, I like that, but not after the interview. So I think the interview is going to tell us a lot. And Linda, I'll agree with you. If I'm not satisfied with any of them, I won't vote for any of them. We're just not going to do that.
Can I just bring up, we possibly make a motion where we pick a, do we have to do this at a special meeting? Or should we?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, it's just
so
too
we
much.
discuss a special meeting and we bring these three candidates forward, and with one of them being subject to legal counsel on Mr. Peters, and we have a special meeting for interviewing them. So I'm saying we discuss when we might have that meeting, and if people are okay with those three and those contingencies.
There's still a lot of steps here to go. And a lot of, getting them here, getting the interviews in place, doing public appearances. It all takes time. I don't know, we've got a holiday coming up for the school district. We've got a lot of things that have to happen. And I've said it before, I'll say it again, every single special meeting we have costs this district more and more money. And we're having a lot of it.
Hold on just a second. Carrie, I think I agree with you on this because we're 1 week later than what we normally are now. So we're only 3 weeks from the next board meeting. And my thought was it's 2 weeks. Well, what's one more week? We can give the superintendent, we need to discuss a little bit more of people meeting them and everything. And if I remember right, Mrs. Dwyer, didn't we discuss when we said that it was too much rushing, that we would want maybe a little bit more time of them going around? So instead of 1 day, be 2 days. So we can do that next meeting. And I think you're right.
Yeah, we can certainly make the plan. And if nothing gets in those short 3 weeks, and I don't know if the feasibility's there in Assistant Superintendent Dwyer's mind, or Acting Superintendent Dwyer.
We have 3 weeks. Jeannie, is that good? 3 weeks from today.
Yes, if, at the next board meeting, is that what you're thinking?
Yeah.
I think we could swing that.
Okay. Schedule it now. Go ahead.
So the next board meeting is on the 11th of June. Do we think we could bring them in to be here Monday to do the walkthroughs and the things that we've done in the past and have also part of Tuesday for them to visit schools? Jeannie, I guess that's a question for you, sorry. Could we bring them in on the 10th or Sunday, whatever, the day before? They're mostly pretty close, which it seems the top 3 are pretty local in a way, right? And so if they were to be here Monday morning, we could put together whatever you did before, possibly, or more, and try to get them out to as many schools as possible. And then on Tuesday, either or, they could visit half the day again before, and then come to be interviewed on the 11th at the 4 o'clock board meeting. I know in the past, we only did the 1 day and whatever, but I think we should offer them to be able to visit all schools if possible, or as many schools as possible. This is a big deal. So.
When's final day of school?
The 3rd.
The 14th. It's graduation
It's
night.
good. It's good, 10. I would say Sunday night, have them come in, flight Sunday night.
Nobody's gonna fly.
Well, why don't we let them choose how to get here? I think that's fair. That's not what you have to decide. But I do think you need to decide how you would be seeking community input.
Like we did last.
I was gonna say, could we do something on Monday night? And just do the simple survey like we had last time, star ranking. But I think that our constituents need to know that we're going to pay attention to those stars.
I would like to see, in fairness to all of them, the candidate, instead of hitting them with questions, I would say, I would think it would be fair that we had actual written questions to give them, and then they can give more thought. Not necessarily they needed it way ahead of time, but it's just my thought.
I don't agree with that.
I know what you're thinking, that how good are they gonna think on their feet?
Right. I had to think on my feet.
So I think it's important that I think we should be able to ask them questions that are on our hearts after looking at their stuff. Why does it have to be scripted? Why can't we just ask them questions that we'd like to ask them as board members? I don't know. See a problem with that. That to me seems more organic and more right, to me. Thank you.
Are you talking about the meet and greet?
Talking about the.
When we do the interview?
I'm
Yeah.
talking about the interview.
Okay, I just want to clarify.
My only concern with that would be that, what if my 2 questions, you ask and Doug asks,
Then I won't ask.
then I don't have any questions.
I bet you can think of
Well, no, I'm just saying, I can, yes.
True.
But my concern is that we also need to make sure that our questions are run through legal to make sure that it's within our purview to ask.
And every single candidate has to be asked the same questions. So anyway.
That's how you do
That's
an
how I
interview.
do it. Well, I mean, you can ask legal again, yeah. We can check it.
The guy you like, you'll ask him a question. The one you don't like, you'll give a real tough one.
Well, I mean, there may be something that when you read through it, you're like, I really need to touch on that. So, okay, so we have some that are scripted. Can we ask an additional question? And you have the right to ask others that question. I mean.
As a president, I will give, if we go through and ask our questions, and if somebody says, I really like to ask another, just ask me, if everything looks timely and everything, I'm more than happy to let that happen. Yeah.
You can say at the time, that's probably not a question you should ask. So I think it's no, or you can't do that? Why not? I don't know why not.
I just think the more we don't put anybody on the spot to make snap decisions is probably the better way to go at this point.
Don't you want somebody to answer you honestly and be able to come with it without the scripted rehearsing of it or that? I mean, I want to hear from where they are, right in the
Yes,
moment.
but not
Yeah.
us.
Oh, for you guys.
Yeah.
All right, I understand. Okay, I get that. Thank you, Kendra.
Yeah.
I think that, the scripted questions, I guess, to me, it's like, these are different people. They have different things in their resumes. I'm gonna want to ask them questions based on what they've said in their resume, not necessarily the same scripted question for each one of them. One of them, say, for example, one of them comes from a small district, one comes from a big district. I'm not gonna ask the person from the big district, how do you deal with transitioning to a bigger district since they're already in one, whereas the small district person, I'm just throwing out an example there, but I've done, being on the board here with superintendent and with trustee, hirings. It's, asking just a generic question to the different candidates. I don't know if there's a better way to do it. That's all.
Maybe what we get.
I just want to be careful on the legalities of things. In other words, how old are you? No. Can't do that. That's what I'm saying, that we need to make sure that what's asked is proper.
So, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Maybe, I mean, we're gonna have a meet and greet, it sounds like. Why can't we attend the meet and greets and you can ask questions? What? You know what I'm saying, Doug? So if you want, somebody's coming from a small district, come to the meet and greet, or have somebody represent you come to the meet and greet with your questions so that we can get any question like that we want answered. But I think when it comes to interviewing, I think, this is just my opinion, but when we did an interview, we asked the same questions, exactly the same question of each person who was interviewing, so that you can compare apples to apples. So maybe
In fact, I think I have my old.
yes. And you have to be able to have some way to score. So a way a person answers a question, the only way to do that is to ask the same questions. This is my opinion. But any other questions you might have that you're not going to ask at the interview, how are you coming from a small district? How will you do that? That could be a question you ask everybody, but probably not. But that you can do at the meet and greet that we're going to have, that's going to happen. So save those.
Well, plus what people say is going to spur different questions. So that's another reason you'd have more questions, either at the meet and greet or even in the interview after the questions.
Come up with the questions you want to ask. Then come up with the questions that the 2 or 3 questions we're allowed to ask at the, you'll have already formed some opinions at that point.
And there is, credence to the fact that you have to do it fairly because it's very emotional for candidates. And if they feel they've been slighted by asking different question, oh, that was an easier question than the one they asked me, or, it becomes, it can become an issue. I don't know that it can become a legal issue, but it can become, it can become a non-fair type of situation.
Can I speak to that really quick?
Sure.
First of all, we need somebody tough enough. So, I mean, if you're gonna fall apart because they got their feelings hurt, I think that's a problem. But thank you.
Could be.
It could be a problem.
It could. No, how many of the trustees were at the meet and greet? I was at one of them in and out. I didn't know if I was really, should have been there, but I think it's a good idea. We go in there, we can listen. Actually, I can just listen to the other questions and get a lot of answers, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I was so told.
So, okay, So are we,
Are we ready to make a
you ready for
motion?
Yvonne, you,
Oh, I'm making a motion. I was just
No.
asking if we were ready. No. If you're ready, go for it, Doug.
three,
Okay, the school board meeting is on the 11th. All right, I make a motion that the direct district to invite the three candidates, Alvarado, Simpson, and Peters, to June 10th meet and greet and June 11th school board meeting for interviews.
I'll second that.
I get it all?
yeah, we're just gonna have Superintendent Dwyer to direct that. I'll help you. Okay. We have a motion. And we have a second. Susan Jansen second that. Everybody understand the motion?
Jeannie, are you having concerns?
We have our Nevada State Superintendent Conference those 2 days. It just occurred to me when you said the days, June 10th and 11th, and that was my concern, but we can figure it out with our team. This is very important, and I would love to find a superintendent sooner than later. So that was the look on my face, but we got this. It'll be fine.
You got it. All right. Thank you, Jean. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Does everybody understand the motion, or do you need it repeated? Okay. We'll take a vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passed unanimous. Okay. I gotta take a break. I'm sorry, folks. 7:30.
Mr. Burns, we do need to do closed session, so if you would like
Line that
to
right in. Okay. So we'll move to a
move
closed
to
section.
a closed session, and then we could incorporate a break with that.
Do we need to make a motion to go to closed session?
It's an agenda item, so it's a flexible. You have a flexible agenda, so you could.
Yeah.
present.
I can. Okay. We're going to take a closed door session and with combined taking a break with that. And
You said we have to make a motion. No, you don't need a motion with a flexible? I'm sorry, I misunderstood you.
You made a motion for a flexible agenda at the beginning of the meeting and you all approved.
Yeah.
It's just like skipping to any other item on the
Right.
agenda. Do you motion to skip to other items, or do you just choose which items? you
No,
skip
but then
to?
when we go to close, do we not have to make a motion for a closed session? That's on the agenda. It's an action.
So you're moving to.
I'm gonna make a
Make a
motion that
motion.
we recess for closed session.
Okay.
Yes.
Second.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Unanimous. We have someone here that has been waiting, so I'm gonna jump down to skip 12. I'll come back to it. Item 13. Legal contract for services for investigation into formal complaint. And we have Becky, I don't know your last name.
Good evening, Mr. President and Board. I think I've met most of you before. Anyway, I'm Rebecca Brew. I am your panel counsel for any kind of items that are related to your insurance coverage. And so, and I'm with Lemons, Grundy and Eisenberg. So would you like me to just, so that what's before you is there's been a complaint brought by a former employee, and the complaint is specifically against President Burns and Ms. Jansen. And so typically what happens is that once the pool is notified of that, they appoint a panel counsel and who will oversee an investigation. And my role in that particular case, in this particular matter, is to oversee an investigation. Part of what I do is retain an outside independent investigator who then presents a contract for you all because you need to approve the contract. So that's what brings us all, that's what brings me here tonight, is that Molly Rizak from the Ogletree Deacons firm, who I've worked with for a long time, does this kind of work. And she has agreed to present a contract to you to oversee that investigation.
Do you want to say anything? Okay. Do you have anyone have any questions?
I have a question.
Mr. Gangas?
I saw in the contract kind of a high limit on what this might cost the district. And I was wondering, in your experience in something like that, is that somewhere near what you might expect, or is there an estimate that once you've reviewed this, that you have any idea? I know you said some people ask for estimates. I'm just trying to get a better handle.
Sure. So just as a little bit of background, I also do investigations, but I don't ever do them for my own clients or pool people, for entities who I do work for, because I just think it creates a conflict and an appearance. So, but I've done big, huge investigations, and I can tell you it's so difficult. I understand why you want to, what's this going to cost us? So typically, because you never know, it's like Jell-O, and you don't know until you get into it how many people are going to need to be interviewed and documents reviewed and all of that, that kind of scope. I generally, when I'm going to do them, I'll try and come up with a number based on me looking at the complaint. I will then double it or triple it, and I'm still low. And the same thing if you ask me a question, how long is it going to take? Because there are 50 million things that happen that change the scope and the how long it's going to take, availability, all of that. So this is based on, it's a complaint with a lot of different allegations, and I did not find it to be out of order or out of line for what I think is going to be the scope of this investigation.
May I ask one more question?
Sure.
Okay. So you've reviewed the contract too, and you're a lawyer.
Yes.
And you do this a lot. And
I
you've
do.
done these. And do you find anything out of the ordinary with this contract?
Very,
Because I'm
it's,
not-
yeah, it's very boilerplate.
Okay.
The only thing that changes is the the amount, each person from case to case, when you look at it and it's just like let me see, you do the best you can. I have found over my 24 years of doing this that my clients are much happier if I go high and it's less than if I go low and it's more.
I wonder why.
Yeah, just human nature. So, based on her experience, I have every reason to believe that she's, given that she read this very carefully, the complaint, and I think that it's probably pretty reasonable.
Thank you.
Linda?
Thank you, President Burns. We don't know what it's going to cost though, right? She doesn't have a bottom line. Did I not see it on here?
Correct. Well, there's a cap. I think it's and it's $30,000.
Oh, thank you. I knew I saw it.
Yeah.
It's getting late. and I couldn't
Welcome to
find
my
it.
world.
Also, this was not the first company we've gone through.
Correct. The first person, it turned out there was a conflict and he needed to back out.
Was that the Cardinal one?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Was his fees comparable?
I don't remember. I'm sorry. I should have looked at that. I think his might have been a little lower than this. It might be, I just,
Okay.
I don't remember.
That's quite all right. Thank you.
I will tell you that one of the differences is that she works for a big national firm. It's a larger firm. The other one was somebody who does, works by himself because it's a public entity. I think he gives a price break, and I think she did too. If I remember, I think she reduced her rate because it was a public entity, her hourly rate. I can tell you that in just a minute. You find it? Okay.
Any more questions?
Mr. Burns? Mr. Burns, are we ready for a motion?
Sure.
Okay, so I move that there's nothing in the agenda, so I move that we approve the contract and move forward with the investigation.
I will second that. If that's a good motion.
Any further discussion? Okay.
I have something. I am not going to vote on this because this is another instance where it's going to cost the district more money. First, thank you.
Susan?
Board members, before we vote, I need to disclose that this investigation involves allegations against me. Because of a potential appearance of conflict, I will be abstaining from the vote.
And I have to say the same thing. Board members, before we vote, I need to disclose that this investigation involves allegations against me. Because of a potential conflict, I will be abstaining from the vote.
So Ms. Gilkerson, are you also abstaining?
No, I'm not abstaining. I will vote.
Okay.
Call for the vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Carries 4-1. Did you get everybody, Annie? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I will let Ms. Rizak know first thing tomorrow, and I'm sure she'll get started right away.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, item number 12.
I'm asking if we could please go back to item 11. Because you guys didn't motion how you're going to ask the questions in the interview. So the next meeting we have will be the interview. You discussed how we would events of bringing them here and having them tour schools and how you would seek community feedback, that we were going to follow the same process that we did last time. So you didn't discuss the questions you were going to ask. So last time the process was that you each submitted your questions and we picked, I want to say 2 from each of you.
Yeah.
And then there was some conversation about asking the candidates different questions, which I would advise you not to do. We have to ask everybody the same question. So I would like you to have a discussion about what questions you want to ask the candidates and how you're going to submit those this time. And then last time what we did was we posted the questions right as the meeting was starting so that the candidates didn't have time to look at those questions and formulate an answer, kind of what you were speaking to, Yvonne. So it's a little bit of a surprise. So, and then what we did the last time as well that you can talk about is we kept the candidates in an isolated location so they were not able to watch the interview of the other candidates. So if you could please discuss, and then I'm not sure, do they amend their motion?
Hold on just a second. Okay, because when we discuss, I mean, there are some options and we'll get to that. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I like the way it was last time. I think we should just do the same thing.
Do you want to use it? I mean, there's even the option of using the same questions.
They were good questions.
So those questions were published at the last meeting, so they are public knowledge. And you
No
can
more surprise.
you can still use them if you'd like, but they're out there. So
Yeah, they don't know that.
They don't know.
unless they're listening right now, which
Turn the
they
mic-
better be.
So I would hope
honestly.
so. So what if we,
The same process.
if
sorry.
we kind of use the same process, but we submit 3 questions. Each of us submit 3 questions to Jeannie and the cabinet, however you guys choose to do that. And they will inform us, okay, these are, the 2 questions that we've picked. And then we'll publish those right before the meeting.
Was legal counsel involved into those questions afterwards?
No,
to
I
look
don't
at
think they
them?
were.
Okay.
So
We'll
I
help
didn't
you
really
with
make
that,
that in a
Jeannie.
motion, but I think that's what we should do.
My only thing is if we pick 3 questions and 2 of them I want to make sure I answer and the other one's thrown in there and then they pick the wrong ones.
Make sure you ask 3 important questions.
Well, whenever they throw
Or
out
just
one that I
submit
thought was
2.
really important, they didn't know it was important.
So put them in order. Or just
Let's
submit
just
2.
submit 2 and those are our 2.
Submit 2.
Yeah, that's plenty of questions.
Yes, no, I agree. No more than 14.
That makes, go ahead, Jeannie.
It was just.
The
so that
reason why
it's-
we had you submit 3 is because many of you asked the same question. So we wanted to make sure if there were doubles that you had an opportunity to ask another question. That's why we did 3. And I believe that many of you ranked them. I would like this one first, second, third,
Okay.
and then we combined them if they were alike. And then we made sure that we asked.
Well, at least that way your question's being asked. So, okay, I'm good with that.
Want me to make a motion?
Go ahead, Linda.
I'll make a motion that the process we follow for the hiring of the superintendent, excuse me, that they'll come in on Monday and do walkthroughs with the schools. That evening, there'll be a meet and greet, time to be determined, and the length of it, where the public will be invited as well as the school board and employees of the school district. And then we each submit 3 questions, and that we rank our questions 1, 2, and 3 in case there are duplicates that are asked, so that we each get 2 questions. And that we do not disclose the questions till right before the interviews, so that no one has a fair advantage. Does that cover it? Okay, that's my motion.
I will second that.
Okay.
Do we need to, we already stated the date, but do we need to state the date again?
I can add that into the motion.
You can add.
And
the
this
date.
all takes place on June
11th.
10th, Monday, June 10th, with the interviews on Tuesday, June 11th at our next board meeting at 4 o'clock.
Any other comments, questions? So we have a motion and we have a second. Call for the vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0. Unanimous. Okay, thank you for catching that, Jeannie. All right. Number 12. Presentation of legal contract. I'll turn that over to our legal counsel.
So just as an initial item, since this was provided to the board and the public last Friday, a couple issues were pointed out to us. So in paragraph 13, it said the governing law is the laws of the state of California. I changed that to the state of Nevada. And then in paragraph 2A, the initial language was superintendent and assistant superintendents. I changed that to superintendent and or his or her designees. Those were the only changes that were made since Friday. I provided it to Ms. Dwyer and Ms. Lopez early this afternoon. And so if the new one hasn't been posted, it'll be posted first thing tomorrow morning. And then if you have any questions or you guys just want to start discussing amongst yourself, feel free to do so.
I have a statement to make if I may. Okay. This is the 4th contract brought before us. There are items that in this contract I will take issue with, and you didn't cover them all just then. How many times does it take to get this right? I get it. How much money is it costing our school district? I think Joey said he was going to do this, or was this done pro bono, or was we pay for this contract too?
You haven't paid for it. So if the explanation was it'll be the fees will be free, then they'll be free.
Oh, I want to be sure you guys are what your intentions are. Anyway, if it is, that's just more cost to us, and I get that. But I think that some of the mistakes of the billing and the changes to the contracts that have made the stakeholders of this district very nervous about transparency and the ability to serve as our legal counsel. So once any agreed upon changes are made, I would like to have the legal services agreement, which I believe is what it's titled, reviewed by an unbiased third party, such as the district attorney's office or someone of that nature, and that that could help clear up any transparency issues on the agreement with the community and assure the contract is a good fit for the district. It should then be re-agendized, discussed, and voted on by the entire board. This is nothing personal. This is just business. No matter what the intentions are of your law firm, Joey, it's cost us a lot of money so far. And you have not provided the most reliable legal advice for our school district thus far. You've admitted you didn't have a background in educational law. Kira was our other person here, did not, and she was not a lawyer. And Mrs. Jepson, excuse me, I mispronounced. You're doing your best, but you're learning on the fly. So, in my opinion, we deserve better representation.
Anyone else? Go ahead.
I had emailed, like we had talked about at the last meeting, I had some concerns and I had questions. And so I sent you over some of the things that I was concerned about in the contract. Kendra, you replied that you would take a look at them and get back to me, which is fine. But I have a question about under 2A. It says that you would report directly to the district's board of trustees. But my understanding is that you're the district's employee. You're the district's lawyer. Is that correct? So when the board and the district, when our interests align and we're not as divided as we are, then a legal can represent both parties. In this situation that we have currently, there's I think a conflict. And so if you represent the district, then you should be reporting to the superintendent, whoever that may be, whether it's Jeannie, whether it's someone else, but that person is who you should report to, not directly to the board. Does what I'm saying make sense?
Yes, I understand what you're saying. When there isn't a conflict, then we represent the district as a whole, which includes the board of trustees. The way this is written, if there was a conflict, then we would report to the board of trustees and the district would have to obtain their own conflict counsel, or we would retain that on their behalf. This was my understanding of how it should be written at this time.
So my concern with that is that you're retained to represent the district. And as a school board, we cannot sign a contract, right? We cannot put our name to the line and say, yes, we employ you, because our only employee is a superintendent. So you work for the superintendent, right? Now, under NRS 386.410, it states that we can, as a board, we can obtain separate legal counsel. Okay, so if you're going to be the separate legal counsel, then the district needs to get their own counsel.
My
that
suggestion
needs
would
to happen before.
be that if you want it to be changed, then you guys could vote on it. This is how it was written, and you guys could make suggested changes, vote on it as a board. If there are changes that you would like us to make, then we will make those changes. I don't think we have any problem with providing it to a third party for review if that's what the board wants us to do and bringing it back for a second look. I don't think this is an interrogation. I think if there's certain changes that you want to make, you could discuss it and tell us what changes to make.
Okay, so that basically needs to go before the board, stating that that needs to change. Because legal counsel needs to report to their employer, and we are not their employer.
I don't get where we're not their employer.
Okay,
We approve it.
so yes,
You can't hire them without the board approval.
right. Just like with the contract for paving or painting or construction, right? We have to approve the contract, right? We have to say, okay, Jeannie Dwyer, please sign the contract, right? Same thing with a legal contract, right? We have to state, okay, we like it. Jeannie signed the contract, right? Okay. But those people still answer to Jeannie, right? The contract, when they're in dealing with something happened and we need to spend more money or whatever. Change what? Well, within what we approve, we give her 10% discretionary, right?
Okay, well, it depends on how much it needs to be.
Okay.
Right.
That's open to the situation.
They're not employees.
Subcontractors.
They're contractors.
They're
I'm
not
sorry.
employees.
Not employees.
Right.
Right.
And the board is the
So-
one that approves contracts.
Right. So we approve the contract of Joey Gilbert to be retained for the school district. Correct. But he doesn't report to us. If we want to hire our own separate legal counsel, we can. And then that lawyer would report directly to us. That's what the law states. So
Okay. You're
I
gonna-
have it
you're
right
gonna
here.
Send me that, right?
So NRS states employment of a private legal counsel. The board of trustees of a school district may employ private legal counsel when the board determines that such employment is necessary. We do not. Yes, we get to approve the contract for legal, right? For the district. But that doesn't mean that he represents us first and the district second.
Okay.
He reports to the superintendent.
Dave?
Go ahead.
Okay, the whole reason that Joey's here and we fired Mop and Cox is because Mop and Cox was only listening to Keith Lewis and was not responsive to us. So we hired Joey so we would have a lawyer that's responsive to the board.
As well, not solely as
Well, that was my thinking.
If the board so chooses and wants, you can have two legal counsels. You
Yes,
can
one
have
for the
one for the board
district
and
and
one
one for the board,
Yes.
right?
But you
Yes,
don't, it says may. It doesn't
May.
mean you have to.
right. And
And
when,
so the
when our
board has
interests
to-
align,
Hold on, but the board has to vote in a majority in order to hire another counsel.
yes,
Simple as that.
it's NRS 386.410. So
Yeah, you should finish your. I'm sorry. I was interrupting.
The board has the option to hire other than our legal counsel.
other
But the
than,
legal
right,
counsel that is here still answers to the board. Now, because the superintendent cannot fire the legal counsel. The board has to.
says who?
That's the board members. The board members vote to hire and fire the legal
The
counsel.
only one that we are allowed to hire and fire is the superintendent.
Actually,
it
if you
says
go
that
in your
in
policies
NRS,
and
and
bylaws,
it goes in,
This is nonsense. That's what they're for.
just hold on. If you want to go into policies and bylaws, you'll find out that the board can do a lot of things with even employees.
actually, no. If you look up policy 314, what you were looking at last month, you were incorrect in what you were stating.
No, that's your opinion.
I'm asking for some help is all, that's all. If you could
Again,
clarify,
I've
Joey.
written my contract the way I've written, it's for the board to hire or fire me. It's absolutely correct that you can hire outside counsel if you need to employ legal private counsel because there is a conflict, which in this case as we're in has happened. But that doesn't change that I would be general counsel. And again, I can also appoint that outside counsel, or it's something that can come to the board to decide. You guys can also decide as a board to empower Jeannie to do additional work if you need to. But I've written this contract. I'm familiar with what it says and I stand behind it. This is, again, you don't have to sign it. It's here to be discussed and put to a vote. And then we do it. That's what we're here for. So I mean, I know everyone has their different opinion things or how they feel about things, but it's how I see it is I am hired and fired by the board. I will report to the board. I will also always communicate with Jeannie, which I do more than probably anything. I always will go and refer and discuss things with her. Just like when we had an issue with the special counsel, I went to Jeannie. So there's certain things that we're always going to be seeking Jeannie's, as long as she's acting superintendent and I'm working with her, we're always going to be seeking her input and going to her on, and I will always communicate with her. As it says here, she'll know within hours if there's an issue. It's not going to be something that's kept from anybody, but this is the contract, the way it's written, and I stand behind it.
So if push comes to shove and you have to choose between representing the district or representing the board, you're going to choose the board over the district? If our interests align, that works great, but it's not always going to be that way.
It's
Not in this board right now as it stands. That can't happen.
You know, the newsflash, that happens in many boards. Not everybody agrees.
No,
it happens.
I get not everybody agrees.
So guys, if I could just say this again, that's going to be for your decision. But I think we're jumping a little bit ahead. We're going to vote on this contract, and then what we're going to be talking about is exactly what's been created as a conflict and how we move on that. And you're going to see that it's one of the agenda items that's been created here. So there is a path for when something like this happens, and to hire outside counsel is something we will do. And that's an option you have, and we're going to be covering that. But this is my contract right now.
Yeah. And I would like to interject that, yes, I feel the same. The wording should be the superintendent, not the board of trustees, because it's the roles and the way this reads. Yes, that's exactly right what you just said, Joey. But if it was a superintendent, which is who you should be doing most of your business with as a school, then we govern the superintendent. We govern the choices that are made. It should be the superintendent, and we could still. It should still be the superintendent. It should be. You should report to the superintendent. We govern the superintendent. We hire and fire the superintendent. That's our power of control over that, not to have Joey report to us. Even issues that we have that need legal advice should go through the superintendent and to Joey for advice.
Mr. Burns, may I speak to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, when we are being bombarded with legal action after legal action, we have every right to confer with legal counsel directly. We have a lot on our plate, and we should be able to talk to this man. So you may not agree with that, but there's nothing illegal about that.
And that could be the case, but the contract should read the superintendent, in my opinion.
Okay, that's your opinion. Thank you. Thank you.
And the district has worked under those pretenses for decades.
Carrie, where in this document are you seeing something otherwise that you don't like?
Oh, where else? Okay.
Or just what do you want to see changed, and how do you want it changed?
Well, I wanted
microphone.
Okay, well, the first thing, that was pretty much my first thing, because the wording on the scope of work services, she's already addressed. Joey Gilbert Law Firm should directly report to the superintendent. And I don't like, pardon me?
Well, you do too.
I know,
All
but
right,
let's not,
okay.
let's not, please.
Bring it back in order. You have the floor.
Thank you.
Oh, my goodness.
All right.
I really can't. I can't right now.
Okay, well, I can deal with it. So, and then the second place, Doug, that I had an issue was to E, where it says JGL retains the right to associate with any lawyer or firm as it pertains to legal matters affecting the district. Okay, I have no problem for advice only, but when it becomes representation for an investigation or something like that, it must be approved by the board, in my opinion.
I think that either needs to be approved by the board or by the superintendent.
Well, the challenge with having to approve it with the board is we only get together once a month if you don't want to have a special meeting. And so if there's something that has to be addressed, I don't have a problem with it being something that's run by the superintendent, but
Okay,
but I don't think trying to bring everything through the board is a feasible way to do business.
you make a good point. But there should be some control over, if it's a superintendent, there should be control over having that carte blanche if there's to hire that attorney. I know there's some language in here on the fees, but
Well, I mean, we're either paying Joey Gilbert Law or we're paying some other company that he recommends.
Right.
If it's like a specialty, something to get the best lawyer for the project. So,
I've seen a couple of the lawyers and it hasn't worked out very well that he has contracted.
okay,
That's where my fear is. I'm sorry.
okay. So, Joey, what, is there a way we can address this that's gonna satisfy everybody? Where you bring it through, you discuss it with the superintendent?
I mean, Doug, I've made it very clear. I need this the way it is so I can do my job. I do go to Jeannie on certain things. If there's a conflict, we're gonna be speaking to Jeannie like we did when there was an issue with the investigation we just approved someone for. Again, it's the board has to approve the expenditures. So that can always be, as we do every meeting, pull my invoice and discuss it. But no, I've written this the specific way so that I can get my job done. And when I'm peppered with nonsense that happens every single meeting, every special meeting, every meeting in between, I need to be able to do my job. And it's just getting out of control. And I'm always going to be communicating with Jeannie. Jeannie's been fantastic. And that's just where I'm at. I'm not going to ever have a blank check here. I can't do settlements. I can't decide to file a lawsuit without coming to the board. But this is to deal with the legal matters as they're being brought to defend the district, to defend the board. And for these reasons, I've written this contract this way. If you don't want me to have it this way, then vote it down. But I strongly suggest, and it's my recommendation, that we put this through. And I don't agree to having it reviewed by a third party. I don't need a third party reviewing it. It's a contract. It's fair. And there's nothing off-sided here, off-put here. Anybody that works with me is going to agree to work at my rate. That's why I would work with them. They're not going to bump up to $575 or $675. Anybody that I ask to help us because we need some extra bandwidth is going to agree to work at my rate, and I'm going to supervise them, and they're going to be accountable to me. That's the way it works. I get to supervise everything. I get to see everything, and that's the way I'm asking to be allowed to conduct business as your general counsel.
There's one more thing in there too. If we drag our feet, if we take too much time, if we don't let him act on something when it needs to be acted on, now you put the district in liability of a lawsuit. And that's what he's trying to protect. So there's things that's way over our heads, it is mine anyway, that we have to be able to allow them to do their job. And a lot of this stuff would stop once we get past all this stuff that's going on. But in the meantime, if we tie his hands, we're going to put ourselves in a bad situation.
And that would be, we're dealing with public money again, and that's I'm speaking for myself through the public and through the input and things of that nature, and that would be the transparency, because there has been a breach of trust. You get the emails, right? So that would be the purpose for the third party, and if that was a very common and beautiful way to go, I'd be for it. But we just got to gain some trust back somewhere.
I understand that. Here's the thing, though. This is a whole different thing than a paving company, a construction company, or anything else. When it comes to the legal end, if we tie his hands or tie anybody's hands in any way, we're going to wind up. And we just watch the billing. That's where we have the control and can bring it up. If you don't, I'm just, we've got one right now. If we would drag our feet or a problem, I think the district's going to be sued right along with people. I'm not willing to do that.
Yeah, I agree with the concept. I'm trying to get some clarity for the public and the bills and the money they spend on legal services.
There's a lot of things as it's going through this round cannot be spoken because of liabilities of multiple things of confidentiality. So I understand public wants to know it. I'd love to say it, but with a lot of things we can't.
You misunderstand me. There is attorney-client privilege. Understood. It's all about knowing that contract is a normal contract that would be worked with any representation that we had, and not anything that's out of line. And then the complaints and the trust come around.
Well, if you've got something in the contract that you see that would be wrong,
well,
that's.
I understand that, and I pointed those things out. This is something that I've listened to Joey, I listened to Doug, I'm listening to you. I'd be more than happy to go along with that once it's reviewed. And it's not out of line. And it's clearly not out of line, just according to Joey's opinion. And it's nothing to do with, it's not personal, it's business.
I guess we're down to, as Mr. Gilbert said, that this is what he needs, this is what he has to have. So it's either we vote it up or vote it down. Am I right? Okay.
That one issue.
Ready for me to make a motion?
No.
I'd like a chance to speak, please. I've heard trust tonight, and you're right. There's no trust for Mr. Gilbert, especially when he actually spoke the words, "I was hired to get rid of Keith Lewis." I don't know how you think that instills.
Linda, you're out of order.
Oh, no, I'm going to wrap this up. No, I'm not. I disagree. So how he was talking about trust, and that's where we lost trust. Okay, let me go back then to something else. So, and therefore the other, so that was said, and now what happens? For 24 years, we have a contract from MCL that says we'll report to the superintendent. The very first thing that gets changed is now we take the power away from our superintendent and our attorney to work together. And it drives a wedge between them. Now we take the power and giving it to the board, which should not have that power because we only employ the superintendent. Yes, we get to vote yes or no on contracts, whatever kind of contracts, but the only person that we are in charge of is the superintendent. So we've taken so much of this away. It's just like a company. You have a CEO, The superintendent's the CEO. They do the day-to-day business. They do the hiring and the firing and order things and whatever. That's what they're hired for. But then you tell the board that they're in charge of this. That's what you'd like, but that's not the way that it works. It needs to be where the superintendent is in charge. The superintendent and the lawyer work together. You said, tie hands and having things done expediently. Well, the best way for things to get done is for Joey to be able to pick up the phone and call Jeannie and vice versa, not to talk to 7 members of the board to get their vote or their opinion. So the best way to get things done is to have him report to the superintendent so that they can work on things together. We have to trust our superintendent. We have to trust our lawyer. And that's the purpose. And that's the reason that we do not have the superintendent report to the school board. And you can see, and the proof is in the pudding. Look at the bills. Look at the costs, Mr. Burns. Look at, I realize things have been out of sort, lack of trust, whatever. But you know what? We're never going to get the trust back unless we give the power back to the superintendent with the attorney and not with the board. We are a split board. Let's work through if you have a question, we should all be going to our superintendent, and our superintendent will say, hey, you know what? I don't have that answer. You need to call the attorney. Or she'll say, hey, this is the answer. Jeannie mentioned last time, not all of us reach out to her with our questions. We go to him for $325 an hour, hence the exorbitant costs. We need to right the ship and get it back the way it needs to be. And that's the relationship with the superintendent and our legal. They should be the ones that have the power, not the board. The board has the power over the superintendent and only the superintendent. Thank you.
Go ahead.
The reason we fired Mop and Cox and hired Joey Gilbert is because Keith Lewis would not work with us. He undermined us. They all undermined us. Jeannie is much easier to work with. I could not work with Keith. I tried to work with Keith. He had no intention, and he told teachers the year before, if those people win, I'm not working with them. And that's what he did.
It's not true.
So, well, that's your opinion.
It's not true.
Okay.
That's your opinion.
Okay.
You came on to get rid of Keith.
Okay. Jeannie, have you ever been in a position that you could not work with, were not allowed, or felt that you could not work with legal counsel?
I feel like this is off topic. I've been I do think that the legal counsel should report to the superintendent. I think that the board should report to the superintendent, and I agree with that. If you're asking my opinion, the superintendent needs to know what's going on at all times. And we've talked about this. The superintendent works with the board president, right, to inform the board or at public meetings. And I've not ever had a situation where legal hasn't worked with me or talked to me or come to me about any of the issues that we've had.
I would be willing to bet if it went statewide, there
but
wouldn't be another board of directors or school board, and that's it. There's your CEO or the board of directors. But there would probably not another school district in the state of Nevada, and I don't know that for a fact, that it's written this way. Legal does go to the superintendent.
May I speak real quick? I'll make it quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
In the situation that this new board finds itself in, I have every right to call legal counsel to help me handle situations that come before me. Okay, I will always do that. I have the right to do that. And so I have the right to go directly to legal counsel when it comes to defending things that are coming against me personally. Thank you.
Looking at scope of work services here, JGL is retained by the district to represent it and its board of trustees and to provide professional legal services as its legal counsel. These services may include many things here, and the lawyer shall report directly to the district's board of trustees. In addition, JLG or JGL will be encouraged to have direct and regular communication with the superintendent and his or her designees, is how I understand is written now. I don't have a problem with this statement here. I don't think, we talked about the fact that if there's something that has to be dealt with and the law firm has to come before the board at a regular board meeting, it's going to curtail the efficient use of our lawyer's time and therefore fees. And so I think, and Jeannie's just said that Joey has been conversing with her about all issues. So I don't have the problem with the way this is worded, and I'm willing to vote for it if it comes up as a motion. You want to make a motion?
I'd like to say one more thing, if I may. I think it should be I agree with what you're saying to a certain extent, but I think it needs to be flipped. I think if we were to put that that the district represents it and the board of trustees, and then at the bottom, the JGL should report directly to the superintendent and will be encouraged to have direct and regular communication with the board of trustees. I believe that's the way it should be stated. Thank you.
Okay.
Wait. Is that okay? No, okay.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the legal services agreement the way it's written. And that's the motion.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any further discussion?
I had another question for Mr. Gilbert. Okay. And just asking for clarification, sorry. On 2D, you talk about having an associate that you are associated with coming and representing the monthly board meeting. I know that both of you come currently but you only charge for one attorney here. Is that going to continue in that way?
You will only ever be charged for one attorney attending the board meetings.
Okay. And then also on 3B, you state the aforementioned rates are to be determined by yourself. Is that different than what's already stated in here, or is that what's stated and that you're stating that you're the one that made that decision?
There's no different rates in there. It's just stating that we determine these rates.
Okay. Because I know on previous bills that Kendra has been billed at $275. Does that mean that your rate is going to be going up to $325, or is it going to be staying at $275? Sorry, $275 is what you've been charging.
My rate will be staying at $275 for the foreseeable future. We don't have any intention of raising my rate at this time.
Okay. It was just a question that I had, so I wanted clarification.
Just say that, just.
For the term of this contract, we will not be raising my rate.
Okay. And thank you for including the yearly review. I appreciate that.
Can we make an amendment to that motion that the contract be reviewed by an outside source? He said he would once, and then he said he wouldn't. I guess we'd have to go back, but I thought that's what I heard. Nonetheless, that would be.
Okay,
that would be something I would want. And if it's not possible.
So you can amend it.
Okay, I'd like to amend that motion to.
I know, we can vote it down.
As nobody's paying attention, hold on.
There's no need.
Nobody's paying attention.
Just let it.
We have a motion.
I'd like to amend the motion to have the contract reviewed by an outside source before we sign it.
Second.
Okay, and vote on it.
Okay, motion is made and seconded as amendment. All in favor of the amendment, say aye.
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 Those opposed, say aye.
Now say
Aye.
nay.
4-3. We have a motion on the floor now. The motion is that we accept the contract as presented. We're going to take a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Annie, did you get all those? Thank you. Okay, motion passed 4-3. Okay, moving on to 14. Okay, we're gonna move, I have a motion. 14. Mrs. Dwyer, do you have a report that's needed? Okay,
Yes, I do. My report is good news and we missed it last time and it was very unfortunate. So now it's even longer.
go for
So
it.
make yourselves comfortable. All right, so our enrollment, this is the worst news of this report, I promise. We're at 5,064 students right now to date. We're down 24 from our last report in February, but a 261 difference from April of 23. So donations, Douglas High School. Alan Jewell donated a Ford engine valued at $250. David Johnson donated a 1998 Ford Explorer valued at $2,200 and a 2000 Buick Park Avenue valued at $3,000. Thank you for those donations. If you remember, we had Haley Sebahar, Director of Communications, send out a message to the community asking for cars or parts for our auto program here at Douglas High School. And I think we're up to 5 or 6 vehicles that have been donated now.
Great.
So we're super thankful for those donations. CC Manili, the Elks donation for school apparel in the amount of $894.60. Carson Valley Inn donations, $2,500. An anonymous donor, $500 to the PTO Association. The Sierra Club donated $1,000 for science camp. Parasol donated $1,000 for science camp. And Jim Kent, who's a realtor with Call It Closed, also donated $500 for science camp. So we want to thank those people as well. So we have some good news. We have a district app. I'm not sure if you guys saw that, but now we have an app for that. So people can go to their app store for whatever phone they have and download the app. And there are so many things that they can access, the lunches, bus schedules, oh my gosh, bell schedules, the calendar. So it's really exciting. So parents can be a little more involved. And then our website, we're going to bring that up for you. We want to, our website just keeps getting better and better. And we encourage everybody to go to the website, and each school also has their own website associated. Just give it a minute. So on the website, there's an area you can go to access our newsletter. So we have a newsletter that goes out every month now, and the newsletter highlights all the great things going on in Douglas County. And so we would love it if more people subscribe to the newsletter, but you can also access it online. So if you subscribe to it, the newsletter, you'll have it emailed to you. It goes out through Infinite Campus. Oh, and there's our app. You can learn about our app and all the features. And so it's just a really great place to go to see all the great things that are happening in Douglas County School District. So go to the website, find our newsletter, download the app, So some things I'd like to highlight this month are that GES was able to raise $21,000 during their epic walkathon. Very cool. That's the most they've ever raised. They were very excited. Zephyr Cove Elementary School teamed up with George Whittle High School and transformed the kale they grew in their grow domes this fall to kale chips. So if you've been up to Zephyr Cove Elementary School, they have the 2 grow domes. They grew kale, and the kindergarten teacher said there's really no better way to get kids to eat kale than to make chips out of it. And so I guess they really liked their kale chips. So our Whittle Warriors girls track and field high school brought home the Northern Nevada 1A track and field championship. The 7th grade girls track at Whittle they were first overall in their track competition at Carson High. And so they won with 84 points. So our Northern Nevada students, including students from Powaloo, CC Manili, and Minden Elementary, participated in the giant student farmers market at Fuji Park and sold the produce that they grew in their hydroponic units, which is from Green Our Planet, and also arts and crafts they had made, including a cookbook from the MES 3rd grade class and ceramic creations from Powaloo. So we were on the news for that. It was pretty exciting. It's always nice to be in the news for good things. We celebrated Staff Appreciation Week, May 6th through 10th. Our DHS girls softball wins regionals for the 3rd year in a row. Super exciting. We're celebrating Kindness Week at DHS. So this morning, as a part of DHS Kindness Week festivities, students from leadership surprised all of our DCSD bus drivers with coffee and donuts before their routes at 4:15 this morning at the airport bus yard, at Aspire, at Powaloo, and Whittle. So every single one of our yards, to ensure that every driver received a cup of coffee and a donut before heading out. Super cool. DHS Ag competed in the 4-H State Livestock Judging Contest in Reno, and Jaden Thompson, Whitney Walters, Courtney Polish, and Charlie Park brought home first place. Senior team and Whitney Walters for first place high individual. MES won the Western Nevada Safe Routes to School Bike to School contest with 86 bikes, scooters, and skateboards on May 8th. And finally, Talia H. from MES won the Carson Valley Balloon Festival poster contest. Yes. So there's so many things that we have to be proud of in our district that we're doing.
Jeannie, how do I get the cookbook? Is there a cookbook we can purchase?
I'm not sure. I can find out.
Could you? Because I'd like to purchase a cookbook.
Okay, I will look into
Thank
that
you.
for you. Okay, so way back in October, the board asked that we explore the possibility of offering open enrollment at our secondary schools to include George Whittle High School. We were exploring the possibility of offering magnet career and technical education programs to better serve the interests of our students. And to help the district to better understand the potential interest in this plan, we asked the students and parents to complete a survey. So we had 181 respondents, and 37 of those respondents indicated that they would be interested in open enrollment. So in being able to enroll at either Douglas High School or George Whittle High School, depending. And many of those people also, or the respondents indicated that they would be willing to take transportation from the valley to the lake and down. And so we thought that was important to highlight, because I know that we have all had conversations about how we can be more creative about getting students up to Whittle and expanding our programming. And so if you would, we would also like to celebrate that we received a competitive grant award to fully fund a CTE fire science program starting next school year at George Whittle High School. We received a total award of $297,000, which will help fund auto, biomed, welding, and engineering. So, yes. So then I usually tell you about upcoming events. And I don't know, again, probably what my face was looking like when we were talking about bringing our candidates to our schools. So this is the list of upcoming events in just the next 3 weeks. So I'm not going to read them all. I encourage you to go to the school websites to look and see what we have happening. Several graduations, promotion ceremonies, field days, music programs, sports challenges, spring concerts, pop-up markets, award ceremonies, literacy nights, Mr. DHS. We have a lot going on in the next 3 weeks. So if you're interested in attending events, there's something happening pretty much every single day. And you could look at the district website to find out. That is all. Thank you.
I have one question.
Okay.
With all of the websites and everything, in our past experience with a student crashing our site, are all of these pretty much protected? I mean, from anybody hacking into them and stuff?
Are you asking me if our website is protected from hackers?
You said they're all at the other schools and everything. Yeah. Remember, we had one student we had to
I
deal
don't know
with.
what you're asking me. Yes, we have high levels of protection. Each school doesn't have their own website. They have a link to their schools on our website. So it's one website. Final Site.
Then I misunderstood.
Final Site is who we contract with for our website, and everything's housed in Final Site.
I just get a little punchy over that.
I know our director of IT and our assistant director take security very, very seriously, and they would be more than happy to talk to you about our security. And
Well, I trust him. I have just had to bring that up because of our past deal when John was here, and that wasn't too good. So we get amazing, these ninth graders and whatever. I mean, they just unbelievable what they can do and what they know in computer systems. Scary in a way. Okay.
Dave, they say it's not if, it's when. There's no total protection. And it's usually one of us, a single person that makes that mistake.
I asked John when we were dealing with that, I says, what's the limit on this young person? "Yeah, I don't know." He grinned at me and says, I don't know. So anyway. Well, I want 14. Can I pass the board reports, or did anyone have something?
Just one thing I'd like to report, because it's timely and it's something that's going to come before us next month.
Okay.
That I'd like us to be prepared for and to know a little bit about. And we didn't get to do it last month either. So what I wanted to talk about was the Parks and Rec. They put out their program and facilities manual. And in here is something that will affect us. I know Scott Morgan came before us two meetings ago or so and was talking about charging for parking up at Warrior Way. And Warrior Way is a private road, but the schools have the easements. They had talked about not doing it till next year to charge for parking, but this year Highway 50 is going to no longer, people are not going to be able to park on there anymore. So that's going to create a problem. So what they're doing is they're going to start this program on the 15th of June. It's going to come before the county commissioners on the 6th of June to be presented to them. And then they're scheduled to come before us on the 11th of June to give their presentation. I just wanted you to know what this is going to look like, just to give you a little bit of heads up. So how this is going to work is they're going to use card readers or license readers, excuse me, to be able to pay for this. The fees are going to be kind of high, but they will have the ability to adjust them. For Douglas County residents, it'll be free. You will not be charged anything to park. So I think that was very, very exciting. They are going to charge on holiday high demand $100 a day, non-residents $40 a day, and non-residents weekday $20 a day. Now, how the money's going to be split up is how he explained it, is that the first $30,000 that's made will go to the parent group up at Wattel and at Zephyr. And then from there on, it'll be split 40 to the school district, 40% to the Parks and Rec and 20% to the parent group. Anything, they will be in charge of any type of damage or repair. The county will be, the county will be responsible. Actually, Parks and Rec, excuse me. And they will also have up there things for sanitation and garbage, and they plan on having people up there too from the Parks Department to help control this. So this is a win-win for the school district because it's just pure free money for us, but yet the Douglas County residents aren't going to get hit with that. So I just wanted to bring that to you just to give you a little bit of a heads up of what's coming. And thank you. That's all I'll report on that.
Okay, thank you. Item number 7, did anybody have anything else that was pressing? Okay, move on to 17, prioritizing the agenda. Placement and removal of possible items for future board meetings. We do need to have that on the agenda for the 11th for Scott Morgan to be there. I'll start with that.
What's
Carrie,
I have nothing. We got a extra list here.
we're trying to catch up, right?
I'm good.
Okay. Anything?
Are you wanting to know if I have anything new or
Anything that needs to go on the agenda for next month?
Well, I still have my 2 items that I would love to see addressed. One is the task force for CTE programs. I'd like to create a task force for that. I think that would be really good for the students. And then I also would like to see a task force created to discuss daycare for our staff members.
Okay. We're going to have a lot in June. I think it would be good to even have it in like
We always have a
July.
lot.
What was that?
We always have a lot.
Yeah, well, we're trying to catch up. So if it's okay, those things, if we do it in the summer, we can then, like July, we can then probably move and be able to organize for the fall. Will that work?
I think the sooner we start on it, the better. I think starting on the CTE program and daycare for our staff members, I think both of those things are super important for our community. That's my opinion. Mike, I couldn't hear what you said. Catherine.
Can you submit them, put them in writing, submit them? Huh?
Sure.
Are they on the agenda?
Yeah, they're already
Okay,
here.
well, okay.
Yeah, and that's,
We're talking new item.
we're talking new items. I don't see the daycare one on
They're
here.
on the back.
Oh, I didn't see the back. Oh, well. I didn't realize it went to the back.
It's getting late.
Yeah.
So they're on there. Okay. Nothing new? Linda?
The only thing that I don't know if it's a future item, but it's just something to bring forward. When Jeannie held up her list of items that are coming on, it's something we could work smarter as a board possibly is have her post those and then we can sign up so that we can try to make these, because it's the end of the year, a lot of things are happening. I know we all go to graduations and things, but some of these other things, these music, art, maybe we could have these and we as a board could agree to try to sign up once a month or twice a month for some of the upcoming events so that each school gets representation from the board. That's all. I just saw that and thought, wow, I'd love to go to them, but we can only do so much. So maybe we can split it, up between us and some of us can stay closer to our own area or whatever we want to do. And just, we kind of do that. But we don't need to have 5 of us at one event or 4 of us if we can split up the workload. That's just a suggestion. I don't know if
Jeannie?
that's a future agenda item or not. Sorry.
Janie?
I don't believe it's a future agenda item. I can create a spreadsheet and share it with all of you and you guys can
Perfect.
put your names in
Just
and
a
then
thought.
you'll know what activities each other's going to. I don't think that needs to be
No, I don't think it
discussed.
needs to be any big deal.
Is there a way it
Just-
can be set up that if you have them all and I sign up for this one that everybody else knows I signed up for
Yeah.
that? Okay, good.
Yeah, that
We
would be
just will
great.
share it as a Google Doc.
Okay, just
And
a
then
thought.
Good.
it's- all the changes are live in
And
that
you can
document.
send that to us. Perfect. that good? Anything else? Okay, Catherine? Good. Okay, Susan? Okay. Doug? I know you got it.
One you brought up at the beginning here, are you talking about going back to the number 3, the special counsel report, and bringing that up on, is that what you mentioned?
Doug, your microphone.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so as a future agenda item, we're going to discuss item 3.
Is that right? Mr. Gilbert, is that right? That number 3, we're going to take it to next month and discuss it then. Okay.
Okay, and I have one more. I didn't say it under board reports, but I met with the fire chief up in Tahoe Douglas, Scott Lindgreen, and he's, been involved with the fire science project and different stuff going on at the school there, trying to get his mechanics to go up there, teach auto class and different things like that. His next thing is he's trying to find a place to bring a helicopter, base a helicopter, and they've discussed with Sean Ryan and about maybe using the Zephyr property for the helicopter. And anyway, he would like to come and make a presentation at some point before the board, tell us his ideas. So I would like to have that as a future agenda item where we invite him to come speak.
You and I.
It is on the list.
You and I were talking a little bit about that. And isn't there something to do where the money to be able to put those programs in grants, or what was it, Jeannie? Maybe it wasn't grants.
Well, I spoke of the competitive grants that we were awarded. That's different though than the fire department wanting to come talk to us
Correct.
about the helicopter pad, but I do have that information. Mr. Ryan shared it with me. And it's on our list for the fire department to come in June and speak to you about it.
Okay, great. Super.
Okay, so that's on for June. Okay. What just so the public knows, we're trying to balance this thing up there with Wattel. Some way we need to be able to adjust from 18,000 when we're only getting 10,000 per student. So if we can do that by programs and stuff, that's what our intent is. And that's what Doug's been working on a lot. So thank you, Doug.
That's awesome. Good opportunity.
Okay. Anything else?
Public comment.
That was it. It's kind of light, isn't it? So we can deal with what we need to on Jeannie with interviews and all that stuff. Or kind of light on for June so we can get through that easier.
Okay, just
I can hope. All right, so prioritizing agenda, we can move on. All right, number 18, the writ of mandamus settlement agreement.
So there have been allegations that certain actions taken before the majority voted on the settlement agreement at our last meeting may have been an open meeting law violation, specifically when the 3 majority members at that time, because the 4 abstained, got up from the table, went into a closed room, had a conversation with their counsel, and then came back and took action. So in an abundance of caution to avoid any open meeting law violation, we suggest that that action be voided, and we revisit the settlement agreement or the vote on it. And then now, it appears as though all trustees have a conflict in this matter because the 3 trustees have intervened in the litigation with their counsel. And so we would suggest that we could take one of 2 actions. One, we can submit this issue to the Ethics Commission and wait and receive an opinion from them on how best to move forward, what trustees actually have a perceived conflict and what trustees can or cannot vote, if any. Or two, we could delegate the action to the acting superintendent pursuant to NRS 241.0357 and allow her, Ms. Dwyer, to take action regarding the settlement agreement.
So when the three of us got up, we did not deliberate amongst ourselves at all. We went, we had three options presented to us from our legal counsel. We came back. I already knew what I wanted to do, so I sat down and made a motion. Now, I do not have to disclose that because that is attorney-client privilege, but I am happy to say that that is exactly what happened. So there is no open meeting law violation.
Could you use your microphone if you're going to talk? Thank you.
The fact that the three of you got up without the president telling you you can right there is an open meeting law violation.
The president doesn't have to dismiss us.
The chair
So-
does, chair has
Yes,
to
he
take a
does.
break. And I noticed while I'm saying that in the last month's minutes needs to be corrected because it says in there that we took a break. That was never given. I never gave a break. So that needs to be corrected in the minutes. That's one. When you walked out, this is a public meeting. When you walk out of a meeting and then come back in, they don't know what you said. And
It
that's
was
the op-
litigation. They don't have to know.
That's an open meeting law violation to walk out. And this is
It is,
your
but it was
discussion
closed
had to be
session,
right here.
just like
There's
no closed session on here for that.
There's a current open meeting law violation complaint that we are going to have to respond to. We can respond that you claim it was litigation discussion and protected by attorney-client privilege. And you claim that no action was decided at that point, and we could just leave it to the attorney general to decide and move forward if that's how, and then in 2 years, like everything, we could be back here when they come out with their opinion, or we could take action to fix the alleged violation. That's what, it's not technically a violation until we get an opinion by the attorney general. It's really just the allegation of a violation, which we have. We're not saying that you've violated. We're saying that there's been a complaint that there's a violation. And so in order to fix that without waiting for the attorney general's opinion, we could take one of the two actions that I presented to you.
So what is it that you're stating that we can't vote on? Because I have no financial interest in one way or the other. It benefits me in no way to approve or deny the settlement.
So this is what I perceive the problem is. When you guys got up and left, you represented a quorum. You walked away. You went and had a discussion with your counsel. You came back and said you need to get a better deal. And, that's essentially what you said. That's exactly what, that's exactly what it is.
If you want, I can show you my notes from last meeting. I had already made that decision
Okay.
before I had walked away. I did not discuss my decision with either of these two people.
Also, there's been a settlement agreement made by the three of you that's demanding resignation of certain trustees. An appointment of you as officers.
But I have no financial gain.
That's personal gain.
It would be a personal gain. And so, and like I said, if you guys disagree, we could submit it to the Ethics Commission for an opinion on that and wait 45 days to see if there's an actual conflict or not.
I don't think turning this over to Jeannie is fair to Jeannie. I put her right smack dab in the middle of all of it.
Because of the conflict with Mr. Gilbert, I don't think there was an OML violation. We have the right to representation by legal counsel. He couldn't do it at that time.
We have an OML complaint alleging a violation.
Right. Okay.
And we will respond to that complaint with this explanation, but then we wait for the AG's opinion on that.
Right.
So then I move that we not approve the settlement, which we didn't approve last time, but that we have counsel go back and negotiate more favorable terms for the district.
It's up to the attorney.
Hold it.
Our advice is you take one of the two options, but
I made a motion. I said, I move that we not approve the settlement, but that we have counsel go back and negotiate more favorable terms for the district.
I second it. You're going to call for a vote? Mr. President, or should I? Just wait a minute.
so our recommendation is that no one votes because we believe that there is a conflict. However, if you move forward in doing so, we would again advise the 4 members to abstain due to the perceived conflict, and then Linda would take over as president in this specific circumstance.
So can I ask this question? So it's a perceived, it's people will think we're icky kind of a thing. Not that it's, not that it's illegal. If we voted, it's not illegal. It's a perceived conflict of interest. Am I correct? Well, if they're trying to turn over a board and appoint themselves and whatever, that's kind of a conflict too, don't you think? So I think that, I mean, I don't think that's fair.
Yes, that's
or
what
right.
we advise, that we believe that all trustees are conflicted at this point.
Thank you.
So
If I could just say one more thing too. If you remember at the last meeting, I said because things had been basically dumped on us the way they were, I was advising, first of all, I could have gone back with you in your litigation session and been involved in that part of the session. No problem. You guys had raised a concern that could have taken place. We could have had a litigation session, but that didn't happen. I've also said that I didn't believe the first time. I said I believe there's a perceived conflict of interest that we see. I think that they could vote. I think no matter what's going to happen, I can almost guarantee you someone's going to file an ethics violation or an ethics charge. But this is where we're at. You know, at the end of the day, I don't believe there's a pecuniary interest involved. I think they could have voted. It's a matter of opinion. I've run this through many different sources. Everyone feels the same way, that at this moment, there is a conflict amongst all of you. And that if we're going to do it, we should submit it for an ethical, basically opinion. If you don't want to do that, again, you guys seldom take my advice anyway. So it really doesn't matter. If you want to vote on it, then vote on it. But I don't think it's in the best interest of this board to create another problem. I think the problem was created. And again, the ethic violation took place when the 3 of you got up and walked away. That was the issue. That was the OML. So that's the issue that started this. And I didn't have a conflict until then, until there became adverse interests, which were then known at that moment. And so now we're trying to figure out what to do. I think, again, as I've said, the best thing to do would be to no one vote and, take no action. And that's what we do. But if you want to vote, then I'll vote.
Dealing with legal counsel, is that good?
I mean, again, as I've said, we'll get another open meeting law violation and everyone's going to do what they want to do anyway.
So we received an email, and I know that you guys received it as well, from Rich McGuffin stating that basically when we turn down the settlement agreement is void. Am I correct in, that's what he stated?
He said there's no deal.
Right. So
even if we agreed to the settlement agreement, they can say, well, we don't.
well, they could say that the agreement was put on the record as stated. And so there are other options. They could say there's no deal and the judge could say there's no deal. That doesn't mean that we believe any of the trustees should take action on the settlement agreement at this time.
I'd like to disclose that there's a settlement proposal term that could result in getting a board office, but that doesn't require us from abstention. So I'm going to go ahead then and call a vote on the motion. Do you want to repeat the motion?
My motion was, I move that we not approve this settlement agreement, but that we have counsel go back and negotiate more favorable terms for the district.
Okay, a motion was made. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. We need to go ahead and call a vote. All those in favor? No,
Would you like to sit down and talk to them? Charlotte's.
that's okay. Oh, you all need to read this disclosure. Sorry. Just like you had to abstain. We're doing the same thing, but in a different way.
So I disclosed that a settlement proposal term that could result in me getting a board office, but that does not require abstention. Abstention.
Okay.
Susan, you have to just. You can't.
Where's the gavel? I disclose there's a settlement proposed term that could result in you getting a board office, but that doesn't require abstention.
Now that I'll call for a vote, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 3-0. Thank you. Now we're going to go on to, are you going to move on?
We'll
down the
just have
items?
another open meeting law violation. Okay. We're-
I mean, are we a cohesive board?
No, we can, no, she's not running.
Just for that item.
Just for that.
I'm going to make a motion on number 18 is that I need legal counsel. I'm going to make a motion on number 18 that we take this to the Ethics Committee and to the Attorney General both for determination.
Second.
I'm just trying to figure out why my
This could have never happened.
agenda doesn't
if you-
show.
Okay, I got a motion on the floor.
Law requires.
I-
I know. Well, okay, they did.
I got a motion on the floor in a second. We'll take a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Can they do this if it's not on the agenda? I'm just curious.
I'm doing number 18.
I did not
18
make
was done.
anything up, Susan.
I didn't say it was done.
They gave us that option.
You abstained.
The
from
motion
18.
passed 4-3.
It addresses an OML complaint and the, it addresses an OML complaint and and the alleged violations. I want to make that clear. I'm not, and so I don't, and we addressed any perceived ethical issues. So the motion addresses that.
Good. Okay, we'll move on to 19. Petitioner's public records request related to the matter of Miller versus Douglas County School District. Discussion for possible action. Somebody want to speak on that?
So if I could just let everyone know that this has been already done. Jeannie has directed the director of IT to do this search. It's in the process, or I think it is possibly done, and we're just working on producing. So this is already taking place. I don't know that it needs to, but again, if you want to take action on it, this was something that's been in motion for a while now.
Thank you, Jeannie. Appreciate that.
Okay, 19, move on.
Yeah, 20, go to 20.
All right, 20. The attorney-client privilege regarding Miller ET and Douglas County School District. Discussion and possible action.
So again, here has been the subject many times. People are asking, trustees are asking, I guess based on inquiries from the public for further information on attorney-client privilege, on what we're either redacting or information that we are providing. And so again, I've said before that I'd be willing to disclose certain things, but there's certain things I can't. I don't hold that privilege. The board holds the privilege. The district holds the privilege. Not one of you can do it. You would have to vote as a board to waive that privilege. And again, you waive it. It's gone. It's not coming back, and it's for the entire district for all matters. So.
Oh, not just one, all matters.
I think this is just
Well, excuse
regarding
me, yeah, for
the
all
writ of
matters regarding
mandamus.
the writ. I'm sorry.
Yes.
For all matters regarding the writ. That's what I mean.
Yes.
And
Could you explain more what that looks like? I mean, I'm not a lawyer. What do you mean all matters involving the writ?
So this says trustees may take action to waive the attorney-client privilege for the invoices of Joey Gilbert Law and all other law firms who have represented the district regarding to the writ action. We would then provide it to Jeannie or the superintendent at that point to redact items as they deem necessary, and then to make them available to the public. So you would be, right now, even though there's some argument about it, we redact the invoices to protect the attorney-client privilege. And we also have a duty pursuant to the Nevada rules of professional conduct to protect client information. So if you vote to waive that privilege, then what Jeannie would do is we would only redact the invoices to protect certain public names or things that student information, things that are not allowed to be made available to the public. And then we would provide the invoices to the public for their review.
So this is strictly financial stuff.
It's strictly for it. This says strictly for the invoices of Joey Gilbert Law and all other law firms who have represented the district regarding the writ. So it's the invoices.
So, because it is regarding this writ in Miller, I'm assuming that, or maybe I shouldn't, but that it should be, there should be some abstentions here as well. They should be required to abstain from this vote.
I don't believe that any of the trustees have a pecuniary interest in whether or not the invoices are released. I don't agree with that.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that we waive the attorney-client privilege for the invoices of Joey Gilbert Law and all other law firms who have represented the district regarding Miller versus Douglas County School District, and to direct the superintendent to redact items as she deems necessary and make available to the public time statements for matters related to Miller versus Douglas County School District. And we do this for transparency.
I second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Well, I'm not into waiving any client privilege because you don't know what's coming. And if you don't know what's coming, then I will not go with waiving, because I want to know what's there before I waive anything. And I don't know because we're not finished with this. My position. Anybody else?
But if you're wanting to be transparent with the public, wouldn't this be a big step forward? Because I've seen the invoices and nothing in the invoices concerning writ of mandamus is not something that can't be shared. No, this is the writ of mandamus.
Yeah. Yeah, I did, without knowing what we're waiving, I'm not open to waiving.
It's just the invoices. It's releasing the invoices
Right.
to the public.
If you release those,
So
there's names on them, there's who they're connected
they're
with.
redacted.
They're redacted.
They're redacted. Our names should never be redacted because we are public
I'm
officials.
This is allowing our superintendent to redact. You're giving her the ability to redact the
Yep.
writ of
Anybody
mandamus.
Okay.
Again, I believe I do need to caution, because if it was the other side, I'd say the same thing. I would recommend not to waive your attorney-client privilege. I wouldn't. Again, if it was the three of you over there asking, I'd say the same thing. That's where I'm at. I mean, we have provided as much information as we believe we are allowed to under the law. It's your privilege. That's my recommendation. You guys most of the time don't follow my recommendation, but that's my recommendation. So that's what I'll say. Absolutely.
Yep, I agree. Okay, no more discussion.
Read the motion again.
Can you read the motion again?
It's twice time. I make a motion to waive the attorney-client privilege for the invoices of Joey Gilbert Law and all other law firms who have represented the district regarding Miller versus Douglas County School District, and to direct the superintendent to redact items as she deems necessary, and make available to the public time statements for matters related to Miller versus Douglas County School District. And this would be for transparency.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Aye. Motion failed. 4-3. Okay. Number 21, legal counsel to represent Douglas County School District for matters related to the writ of the mandamus. Discussion for possible action. Trustees may authorize the superintendent to retain legal counsel to represent Douglas County School District for matters related to the writ mandamus. Any discussion? Would you explain?
So as discussed before, a conflict has come up. We don't believe that there was one to begin with, but upon certain testimony, there became at that time a conflict between there may be a perceived conflict between the district and the trustees. So we attempted to get conflict counsel with the pool pact. Pool pact declined representation. And so now we are left with no representation for the district and no well, this one's just dealing with the district. I'll wait until the next one. And so we are asking the board to approve Jeannie, to appoint Jeannie, which you guys can do under. I had it. Did you take my? Nope. It's NRS 241.0357, which states a public body may delegate authority to the chair of the executive director, which is the superintendent of the public body, to make any decision regarding litigation concerning any action or proceeding in which the public body or any member or employee of the public body is a party in an official capacity or participates or intervenes in an official capacity. So we're asking the board to move to allow Jeannie to find and hire private counsel for the district.
For the writ.
For the writ matter.
I can make a motion or if there's any discussion.
Hold on, we,
All right. So Logan is no longer.
well,
Right.
yeah.
We had a conversation that didn't sound like that.
What this. well,
This
let me-
one is about
Let me
the
try to
district.
simplify it is, all it's doing is taking legal counsel and us out of it and giving, which you talked about earlier, and giving the superintendent the right to take care and protect the district by what she sees as needed. Am I right? Okay.
I didn't understand.
So can I make a motion, Mr. Burns?
If there's, I just want to make sure there's no more discussion. Okay,
So I move that we authorize the superintendent to retain legal counsel to represent Douglas County School District for matters related to the writ of mandamus.
I'll second that.
okay. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Okay, we'll take a vote. All in favor?
Yeah, okay. All right, I think I understand.
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
So, all right, we're going to take a vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, 6-1. Number 22, legal counsel to represent trustee Engelkirk, Jansen, Burns, and Dickerson for matters related to the writ of mandamus. Discussion for possible action. Would you like to?
Read the description.
On number 22. Trustees may authorize the superintendent to retain legal counsel to represent the four of us for matters related to the writ of mandamus with reservation of rights such that these trustees will not be indemnified and must reimburse the district for legal fees if they are found to have not acted in good faith. Would you, legal counsel, want to make comment?
No, I'm not going to agree with that. I'm not going to agree with that.
So what this is saying is that they'll allow, if you vote to approve this, you'll allow Jeannie to appoint legal counsel for the 4 trustees. With the reservation of rights, meaning that if the court finds that if one of the 4 trustees acted in bad faith and are forced to pay legal fees, that the district would not be paying the fees on your behalf. They would seek to, at that point, have you pay your own legal fees. That's what the reservation of rights means.
I'm confident in my situation, but I'm not gonna agree to that.
Any discussion? Discussion?
So in one of our policies, it states that all employees have a right. And I was reading it this afternoon and unfortunately I did not write it down. But it states that all employees have the right to be represented. But should the court find that they are at fault, then they have to reimburse the district. And that's all this is saying, is that should the court find you at fault, you have to reimburse the
I
district.
understand that.
Yeah, so that's all it's saying. Because you have the right to legal counsel.
Yeah.
And right now you don't have legal counsel.
So I talked to Logan, he said we did. Is that not true?
How about let's not talk about conversations we've had with
I
attorneys.
wasn't gonna get into the
Um,
facts, but
Well, what
let's
we-
make some-
As of right now, you have actually Becky Brew is your counsel until June 8th.
Correct.
And so, but as of June 8th, it could technically revert back to the Joey JGL and it would be Logan, or to avoid any suggestion of conflict, which has been made multiple times, we would appoint private, essentially conflict counsel, which is what we tried to do with Pool Pact. So this would allow Jeannie to retain legal counsel on your behalf, but the language includes with the reservation of rights such that you will not be indemnified.
I want to make a motion. I want to make a motion that the trustees may authorize the superintendent to retain legal counsel to represent the trustees, Engelkirk, Jansen, Burns, and Dickerson, period. For the matters related to the writ mandamus, period.
And you're saying that we have to pay if they find us
No,
guilty?
I did not say that.
Well, that's what it sounds like.
Took
I
that
s-
part out.
Listen, trustees may authorize the superintendent to retain legal counsel to represent trustees Engelkirk, Jansen, Burns, and Dickerson for the matters related to the writ mandamus, period.
So you're asking the school district to go against their own board policy.
I don't trust the process. at this point. I don't trust the process.
Okay,
at this point.
there's a motion. Do I have a second? Okay, we got a motion and second on the floor. Any further discussion?
Where does it stop here?
Right at the end of writ of mandamus. That's where it stops.
Okay, so just the dark. right.
Oh, you're one and a half, the first 1.5 lines.
Okay, that's it.
Yep, it says writ of mandamus. The rest of it is not part of the motion. Yes,
By making your motion and stopping it where it is, I have a question for legal. Does that, by taking out with reservation of such rights that these trustees will not be indemnified and must reimburse the district, does that mean that they will not be indemnified or they can still be indemnified? Just because they make a motion and take out what they don't want. This is they want legal representation, it seems like. But by retracting that, does that mean it can't happen?
At that point, it would come down to the order of the court and
Right.
what the court finds.
Okay, thanks. So yes, you answered my question. Thank you.
So the court could still say that they have to pay.
The court
Point
can,
of order, Susan. Point of order.
Listen.
the court can
Point
find,
of order is taken. Let's lay it.
But
Let's.
point of order states that I can say point of
heard you.
order, and then I have to state why I said
I
point of order.
responded. It's taken. I'm done. I don't want anybody talking back and forth between each other.
so to answer your question, Ms. Wagstaff, the court may find, and Ms. Gilgerson, that the trustees acted in bad faith. There's some dispute over whether, even if the court makes that finding, whether the trustees would be personally liable for the attorney's fees to Mr. McGuffin. And then, but I don't think the court, anyways, there's dispute over what that will mean. There's an active case going on down in Las Vegas dealing with that specific issue. And so everybody disagrees over what it actually means right now.
I just ask legal counsel clarification here. This whole thing to me is like, I have no idea what's going on here. As I understand it, we were asked to reveal what was on our phones, our emails and everything like that. And we did it and they basically didn't believe it. And so now they've gone and they say, okay, we want your records. So, I mean, the whole thing from the beginning, all these legal fees and everything like that are such a ridiculous waste of district money for my case, because I turned over everything that I had. And I've even, again, I sent my information to the lawyers. They can look at it. I don't have anything to hide. So the fact that I'm being dragged into this thing, I'm certainly not going to agree to some legal fees that I'm responsible for paying for something that is so bogus that, anyway, so I'm certainly not going to agree to give up my protection from the district. I work for the district. I'm not here for my own fund, for my own political gain, for my own income, for anything else. I'm here because I felt like I could come here to serve. And this stuff that's going on right now is a waste of money. And it wasn't brought on by me. It was brought on by other people, and they're in this room.
I want to also say that I have turned over my iCloud ID and whatnot. There is nothing that I'm hiding here, and I'm not going to agree because being drugged down a rabbit hole.
I would just caution everyone that this is a public meeting and you're not on trial, and anything you could say, and I'm not saying that you're saying anything wrong, but anything and everything that you say here can be used as evidence in the upcoming evidentiary hearing. So I suggest we don't argue the merits of the case or what you have and haven't done, and just decide what you're going to do on this agenda item.
I understand that. I feel kind of like I am on trial here. So I'm
Okay.
sorry. Forgive me
Okay.
for that.
We have a motion. We have a motion on the floor and it's seconded. If you have any further discussions directly with the motion. No further discussion. We'll take a vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed.
Nay.
Okay, carries 4-3. Okay, we should have started here and we'd have done. Public comment. Is there a sheet there? I'll talk to you. Sit down the list. Okay. Okay. David Seats.
David Seat for the record. I'm going to begin my comments with the line I've heard countless times at these meetings. I don't mean to disparage you, but the 3 trustees that voted to extend the court proceeding last month scored 2 hypocrisy touchdowns, one for transparency and one for fiscal responsibility. Both went the full length of the playing field to score. I'm always hearing about transparency from these 3. How transparent is it to slink off to a private meeting of 3 during an ongoing public meeting? And the private meeting between the 3 was, by Wagstaff's own comment, to confer with their private attorney, Charla Hale. Hypocrisy exemplified. A prime example of do as I say, not as I do. What arrogance. In addition, their private meeting with their private attorney is a clear open meeting law violation per NRS 241.015. And fiscal responsibility. They carp and howl about the legal fees being too much of a financial burden to the district. And what do? Vote first in private while conferring with their private attorney, then publicly to reject a negotiated settlement that would satisfy the complainers with all of the documents that they wanted in initiating their legal action. Legal counsel made clear the financial implications of not accepting the mutually agreed settlement. Lots more money. Transparency, grade F. Fiscal responsibility, grade F.
Thank you. Mary Porter.
As I listened to the argument of counsel who were not wanting to engage counsel that would not be indemnified by the remainder of the board, I was reminded of times in my practice where there would be arguments similar to what you made that would establish a precedent that you would not like. And that precedent would be that in other cases where the district was served, board members would be named as independent defendants and have to engage their own counsel. And so you have to be very careful about taking that position, extraordinarily careful, because you're making a bad precedent. Here you're simply dealing with a writ of mandate. There's no finding of fact that anybody did anything wrong. It's a matter of producing records. And that was what the settlement was about. Now you're just simply engaging in more costs and setting a bad precedent, a precedent you don't want to set. Thank you.
Thank you. Ginger Starrett.
Mr. Burns, is public comment supposed to be about things that we covered on the agenda or not covered on the agenda?
Wide open now.
It's
The end is anything. I'm sorry, it's not on the agenda.
anything not on the agenda.
Correct.
Correct. Anything not on the agenda. Okay.
Right. Anything not on the agenda. What this is supposed to be, right?
Correct.
Okay, because my public comment is not about anything on the agenda. So I'm going to fit right in with what the agenda actually says. Okay. There's a swamp right here in Douglas County. That swamp is stuck on the idea that our school district is impervious to bad curriculum and programs. It ignores entirely the fact that the great majority of American educational institutions have been taken over by the Marxist idea of a world of oppressed and oppressors. Consider the current anti-Semitic so-called protests at major colleges and universities nationwide. Notice these are blessed by the professors and the administrators. Modern pedagogy pushes the ideas of Paulo Freire, an openly acknowledged communist, Gloria Leyden-Billings, another openly acknowledged communist, and Mao Zedong. Critical theory, DEI, SEL, restorative practices, gender fluidity, and culturally relevant pedagogy are all situated under the Marxist or Maoist umbrella of indoctrination. It is no coincidence that students' grades are improving while test scores nationally are tanking. The Dem-run Nevada legislature has been sucked in. Only a scant number of publishers in the academic world provide materials that are not CT and DEI compliant. Teachers, students, and parents deserve better, and this district should be making every effort to rid its classrooms and policies of any Marxist ideology. The minority on this board are enablers and need to be held accountable for the blind eye they have turned toward the radical political poison they have allowed in this district.
Thank you.
They should resign.
Thank you. Marty Swisher.
Marty Swisher, resident of Gardnerville. I've invited Mrs. Starrett 4 times now to go to classrooms. I have an ability to ask the principals if I can visit classrooms. Happy to take her around. She finally agreed tonight to go see Mr. Petit's classroom, but I want to take her to others because the challenge is show me the money. Show me where this is in our county. Let's walk classrooms and find out where this is. I'd take any of you to classrooms. You show me the money. Show me the money. The impact that Susan Jansen and David Burns have had on our district as a whole has created a negative, toxic environment, and it's got to stop. We will lose more staff and leadership, the classroom and classified, if you continue to micromanage and presume that you cannot trust the work of our staff. I want to thank Maddie Kennedy and all the other students who were here tonight. They sat through a number of hours just to listen to what was going on. Maddie Kennedy is going to graduate on June 14th. And it's a sad day that the student representative issue still hangs out there without her being recognized. Lastly, I've got way more to say, but you've had opportunities to show goodwill and build positive relationships with our school community and larger community. So far, you've failed. Do what is best for our students. Let our staff do incredible work, support them, and we can all move forward. And don't forget, the general election is coming.
Thank you. Leslie Hokanson.
Leslie Hokanson, I applaud Susan Jensen for her masterful performance on the witness stand in court March 27th. Truly an Academy Award performance. She needed a special large red lighted magnifying glass to read documents. In the last 14 months, she has never needed this equipment at school board meetings. I watched her for over 5 hours at Wattel with no need of this equipment, reading and writing notes. In addition, I'm very concerned about this trustee's answers or lack of. I lost count of her response. I don't recall, I don't remember. Perjury was brought up at least once. The peanut gallery, as Mr. Gilwood has referenced us in the past, was very concerned because this trustee said she didn't know how to delete, didn't have a computer. Later, she changed her mind. She has an iPad that she sends info to her husband's computer. She has 2 phones, her personal and school district. She isn't as computer illiterate as she claims. For her health and that of the school board, she should immediately step down. Sadly, during lunch in court, a plea deal was reached, so we were denied hearing trustees Burns, Dickerson, Engelhardt. Yes, this saved the peanut gallery and judge more embarrassment from the trustees and the money from Gilbert. As usual, the losers are the students and teachers. This had to happen to open the eyes of the community. Trustee Burns, how exactly have I threatened you? I'm the one who was threatened by Trustee Jensen. Also, Mr. Gilbert, never again get in my space. No, I won't go out to coffee with you.
Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Wait, Susie. Mrs. Wilkerson, you should be embarrassed. If you knew, sit down. If you knew what,
Point of order.
if you knew the
We
doctor
should-
she's been seeing and stuff,
Mr.
sit
Burns,
down.
Mr. Burns, Mr. Burns, we're not supposed to engage with the audience.
Yeah.
We just listen. That's it. It's all we can do. I don't like it when they're attacking me, but I can't do
No,
anything
that's-
about it. I just,
this is a
just,
medical thing.
it,
All
it
right.
may, it may be, Susan.
Ruby Wood,
It- I am a conservative, Susan. Please stop.
we got Ruby. Is it Ruby Wood?
Hello, my name is Ruby Wood. I'm a student of this district, CVMS to be specific. I would like to say that the people in front of me will never, or at least have never, taken in consider or account of the students and teachers when they make their decisions. You willingly pay a lawyer who you don't even listen to. You even said that he has no educational law experience. Yet, why did you hire him? It shows that you never think about the children in the district that you're supposed to support. You hire people with little to no experience. I find that this fact is off-putting and weird. The people who are supposed to be in charge of my education and future don't even listen to me or my peers. Plus, you say that you go into classrooms to hear the teachers, and you say that, oh, we spend money and we give it to the teachers and everything. Yet, when you go in there, you don't do anything. You don't say anything, you don't interact with the students, you just sit there in the back of the classroom and stay in silence, and then you leave. What is your purpose if you do absolutely nothing for our students, for our school, for our teachers, for our parents? What is your purpose? Stop paying Joey Gilbert and help our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one here. I'm not sure. I don't know if somebody wrote something on here and scratched it out or not. I guess that's what it looks like to me. So Zach Wood?
Good evening, trustees. Zach Wood. Just want to do a quick count from that last meeting. A quorum of a board of 7 is 4. How can a board of 3 ever be a quorum and ever take action? That's a question you should still and always have to your legal counsel, who I think in the April meeting did nothing. And they are not an employee. They can't call what they do a job. They provide legal services through a contract. You contract with them. You can terminate the contract. It's not work. So you need to judge the results, and you need to take action based on the results. I really am here for the safe routes to school. That's what got me more involved in the district, was the invitation to the safe routes first transportation planning meeting that was open to the public. The district didn't actually have staff there, which was disappointing because all the other agencies were at the first public meeting. It's my interest having students have safe walking and biking opportunities to get to school. There's no possible way that this district can address issues like that. Obviously, there's no funding for it in the current capital improvement plan. Obviously, there's no interest, there's no spirit left in meetings like this. The meeting where the actual safe routes plan was presented, no one had any attention for that. These are the costs that are being incurred by how you're doing business. Please stop being pathetic.
Thank you. May Hyatt?
An opinion piece was recently published where my name and reputation, along with many others, have been openly sullied. Accusations made that claim I am blackmailing or extorting the trustees. It is libelous in nature and explicitly false. There are blatant lies published in this article, and I strongly suggest it be retracted lest you trustees get hit with another lawsuit. There is no harassment. There are no threats. Facts are facts. Facts have emerged. If the facts of one's social media history is brought up, but they don't like it, then perhaps they shouldn't have been online, an online bully in the first place. Facts are facts. A trustee earlier this evening used the word retarded to describe objects in this room. They've used words like shut your mouth or poop for brains. I'm euphemizing here. Is that considered bullying? Yes. When they use emojis to call people demonic or rats, is that bullying? Yes. And for you, Mr. Burns, to chastise us for name dropping during public comment, yet you boldly call me out by name and others in the community in a publication, hypocrisy. Sounds like bullying and hypocrites to me. And yet earlier this year, you had a training, a mandated training on bullying for this district where you violated NRS rules yourself. How dare you?
Thank you. M.E. Kochek.
Amy Kowchek for the record. At the June 13th meeting, then President Jansen stated that once trust is lost between a legal team and a client, the legal ethics call for the legal team to withdraw. The same could be said of the public and certain trustees. Also in that meeting, then President Jansen and Trustee Burns stated at different times that they had not spoken to Joey Gilbert, then that they didn't want to talk about if they had or not, and then they said that they had. This is all documented, as are all of the reasons why you have stated why you were here in the first place. They do not have to do with academic excellence. Tests are not being taken in restrooms, which we are still hearing about in propagandized materials as recently as today. Not all of us will agree discourse is fine. Not being able to trust what is stated is not, particularly when it is done repeatedly. Why do we keep showing up? Because we value accountability. And if you did, you would have taken steps to rectify your errors. You would take responsibility. We're still waiting for it.
Thank you. That's all I have on this list. Is there another one? Okay, let's take the ones online.
John Sheridan, you're going to be up in a second, and if it doesn't work, I will tell you and then just give us another second to correct it. Okay, so hang on a second.
Good evening, John Sheridan for the record, Gardnerville Ranchos, 3
Okay,
districts.
the audio didn't work, so hang on. I'm going to fix it. Hang on. Wait one moment, please.
Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
John, so I'm going to switch our audio over so we will be able to say, yes, we can hear you, but I'm going to write it in the chat. So hang on one moment. And we did hear you a second ago, but we weren't able to reply. So hang on one second. We're going to switch audio over to you, and then you won't be able to hear us. So hang on.
John Sheridan for the record, Gardnerville Ranchos, 3 children in the Douglas County School District. Can I get something that you guys can hear me? Perfect. So my mind's ready to explode tonight because I never hear anything talked about classroom sizes being exceeding 20 students, integrating children with severe behavioral problems into these, expanded classroom sizes, the test scores tanking, our elementary school in the Ranchos dropping from a 5-star school to a 1-star school since 2019. None of that is talked about. It's the continued infighting. And I just, my personal perspective, it's brought on by the minority and the plaintiffs through litigation. And all I would like to see the smoking gun, because maybe my mind would change. But until I see the smoking gun, I'm going to continue to support the majority. And I know a lot of you have gone through a lot of trauma, and change, real change only comes through trauma. And I know, Doug, you're going through the thick of it in an election coming up, and I fully support you. And I just wish all the infighting would stop. I mean, there's been more threats tonight about more lawsuits, and we're talking about losing students and losing funding to the schools, but yet we're just continuing to drive up the legal costs. So where is the smoking gun? And if it's there, show me. And if it's not, stop the infighting and let's really work for the students. And I say that to the majority and the minority. Thank you.
Okay, Colin, I'm gonna unmute you and we won't be able to reply back with our microphone, unfortunately, to let you know that we can hear you, but I assure you we can. So give us one moment and I'm gonna allow you to talk and switch the audio over to you. So hold on one second.
Colin Burrows for the record, parent with student in this county. What a disappointment it is reading in the paper an opinion piece by Mr. Burns, a hit piece on Miss Gilkerson. What a disappointment that a president of a school board would stoop to so low to come out with a hit piece on fellow trustees. Very disappointed. What a cowardly act. What a horrible person would do this. This is called bullying, Mr. Burns. This is why you are a subject of a lawsuit again.
Maybe you can put your phone down and listen.
That it? Okay. All right. Rob Lehman.
Rob Lehman, there's been some discussion over what happened at the evidentiary hearing. And I stated earlier that Susan Jansen committed perjury, which she yelled and screamed that she didn't. So let me just go over some facts. And I'll talk to you, President Burns. Susan Jansen, who's walking away, you swore in a sworn affidavit that you had reviewed the responses to the public request. You swore to that. Then, under oath, you said that you didn't review them. I guess I do have to talk to you now that she's walked away. That, either way, is perjury. No matter which way you cut that, is perjury. Either she lied in the affidavit or she lied under oath. They both can't be true. And so that's why she that's why she committed perjury. Some has been made about your opinion piece today, but I found it so laughably stupid that it shouldn't be taken seriously. One of my favorite parts was when you said, that was 1 minute and 3 seconds, don't do it early. It was when you said that the McGuffins and Hales were self-appointed attorneys. How does somebody do that? Is that a new process to self-appoint as attorneys? One thing that Joey Gilbert, his associate, the Hales and McGuffins all have in common is that they were appointed attorneys by the Nevada Bar after passing a test. Self-appointed attorney? What kind is this, just more of that crap you make up on the spot? Congratulations.
Rich McGuffin.
It appears Susan has resigned. Mr. Burns, President Burns, you wrote an article that appeared in the Nevada Globe in which you characterized those in the audience who wear red shirts as anti-American, liberal, progressive, Marxists. Did you not? You don't have to answer me. You did. Those people are the students, the parents, the grandparents, the teachers of this district who come here, take their time, participate in this process. And that's what you think of us. Mr. Joey Gilbert, thank you. Refer to us as a peanut gallery. Is that the way you create unity? Is that the way you
Out
create
there actually right now, just letting us sit in there.
It's pathetic. And you have the opportunity here to retract those comments because they're wrong. And you know that most of those people that you think are Marxists are Republicans and conservatives. And you know that. So you lied. You are a liar. And as this one gentleman said, stop being a pathetic little man.
Allison?
Allison Gray. I just wanted to refer again to Mrs. Jansen's little retard reference. She's not here to hear this, but I did graduate from university with highest honors with a 3.9 GPA. I'd like to know if she can match that. You said in the article, Mr. Burns, that others, but I am backed by the National Teachers Union. I am not. I have no association with them. I am not a progressive. That's also a lie. I am not supported by any far left groups. That's a lie. I do not promote anti-American Marxist agenda. I don't promote any agenda. So you also referred to the girls who have to leave campus in order to go to the bathroom. The campus has individual bathrooms for any person who wants to use it. There is no reason whatsoever for anyone to leave campus to get to a safe restroom. If you've ever been over at the Maverick during lunch, you will see that both boys and girls go there in order to buy snacks and to vape. And there's a lot of them. Both genders, they're all there. You also said we must treat all students equally, and yet you have stated your opposition to diversity and your opposition to inclusion. And this is not how you treat students equally.
Thank you. Cadeau?
Laura Cadeau, for the record. It was disturbing to watch legal counsel attempt to pressure 3 trustees. If it wasn't for the rules that you have in place, I would have spoken up. We have legal counsel in a position of power trying to pressurize 3 trustees who technically you represent to do your bidding. It was wrong on so many levels. I am certain that violations of the Nevada rules of conduct were violated. I am certain that there were ethical laws that were also overstepped. The reality is, Mr. Gilbert, OML's ethical violations are filed all the time. To try and use that to get 3 people to come to your way was wrong. And I also, on a personal level, apologize to the 3 for not stepping up and speaking at the time. That never should have happened to you. And I'm ashamed of legal counsel who represents the Douglas County School District. I implore you, resign and take the 4 trustees with you. Thank you.
Thank you. C13, whatever that means. Okay.
For the record, John Wagstaff. I was recently made aware by a person I work with who's on the Nevada Mining Association of an event coming up that the Nevada Mine Association is putting on, where they are inviting all of the teachers from Northern Nevada to come and to learn about mining from scientists and miners. And they are offering basically to-go bags for all these teachers to bring them back to their classrooms to educate students on mining. Mining is one of, I would guess, one of the largest trades in Northern Nevada, because Nevada has a huge mining presence. And it is a trade that I don't know that I've ever seen taught in a school, but the Nevada Mining Association is offering that. And the invitation has been extended to the school board to come to that event. I will be forwarding that flyer and information onto Mrs. Wagstaff so that she can share it with the rest of the board. I just encourage you to continue to support the trades, give our students a leg up when they leave school. So thank you.
Thank you.
Can you ask a date? Do you have a date for that?
I do.
I'm
It's
sorry to
on the
interrupt,
flyer.
but I'd
It's
like to-
later in June, currently at June 25th and 26th. I'll be
25th.
forwarding that.
Okay. This is, correct me if I'm wrong, this would not be a violation if you sent that out to all 7 or all 6? Send it to you? Okay. Right. Okay. One more? Okay.
All right, Keith, I'm going to transfer over the audio to you. So if you ask if you can hear us, I'd have to switch back over to us. So just assume you can hear us when I give you the audio. So hang on one second.
Can you give me a sign you can hear me? Good evening, Keith Lewis for the record. I am the proud father of 2 children who are intellectually disabled and students within the Douglas County School District. I'm calling in tonight to express my profound disappointment and repulsion at Trustee Jansen's use of the R slur in a public meeting directed in a derogatory fashion at members of the public. This word is not only offensive, but also dehumanizing, and its use by anyone is unacceptable. However, it is particularly egregious when uttered by someone in a position of leadership and influence over our students with disabilities. To those who might consider defending Trustee Jansen's remarks as merely a terrible choice of words, I urge you to reconsider. This is not an isolated incident. Rather, it reflects a pattern of behavior. Trustee Jansen has used this slur on other occasions, including during a meeting in my office in July 2023. I made it clear to her then that such language was unacceptable, and I will not let this latest incident pass without defending my 2 boys and all other students who deserve respect and dignity. Our school board members should exemplify the values of respect and inclusivity that we strive to teach our children. Trustee Jansen's repeated use of such offensive language demonstrates a severe lack of empathy and respect for those who are different from her. This behavior is unbecoming of a trustee and is a betrayal of the trust placed in her by the community. I implore the board to take immediate and decisive action to address this matter. Trustee Jansen's conduct is unacceptable and undermines the integrity of our school district. Our children deserve leaders who model kindness, respect, and understanding.
Okay, that's the end of it. Meeting adjourned.